Hey, give me a second. Why am I never ready for these things? Oh, there's no sound. Is there sound? Hang on. Oh, there was sound. Okay, good. It was showing the Apple TV, which I'm connecting my iPad through, and I didn't see myself. Okay, so what we're gonna be doing today, guys, is I'm gonna be untangling this. I'm gonna be reading. Okay, so I started reading this book like 2 years ago. I think I got to like the third page or something like that. But now I've put it on my iPad, so it'll be easier for me to read things and look things up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to oh my god, this thing's completely messed up. I'm gonna go ahead and read this book, Time Machine, or Time Machine as they call it in Korean. It's a Korean translation of a American, well, actually an English book, I guess. I guess it's from England, and should be good. I read up to a physical page 15 in the book earlier today. I got up to that point, and I was like, I'm really enjoying it. What I've been doing is translating it from at least the last few pages Korean to Japanese and then checking it on the iPad. The iPad's a little bit iffy on how it checks, but at least I can get a general idea if I'm right or not. But I want to read it from the beginning just so you guys can hang out with me and do it. It's a super polyglot thing to do. It's a laddering of my existing like information. Like I'm using Japanese to check my Korean essentially, but the way that the iPad does the OCR when I go between lines, it sometimes doesn't do it properly. So I might have to like flip back and forth through Google Translate as well. But I don't know. It should be fun, honestly. Let me show the chat room since I can't see you guys right now. Give me a second. The doc's not up. There we go. All right, should see you now. All right, I see Common. I see Burnt and Brian. You guys are the three. All right. So this is the book, and I got my trusty iPad. That's where it's on. Okay. All right, here we go. This is something I highly recommend if you're learning another language. It's to read a book that is translated into the language that you're learning. Like I have the Time Machine. If I show you, let me get out of it for a second. So first of all, I have Sherlock Holmes in Korean as well. I have another one, Hounds of the Baskerville or something like that. But look at all these books. These are all books that I own that I've scanned. I have like 107. Dude, this is like I'm like a workman here. I'm like I got like all my tools. I got like a little shop over here, and I use like the hot air gun thing, and I air gun it, and then I pull it off slowly, and then I expose the glue, and then I re-hit it with that, and then I take a what are those things called? I don't know. It's not a putty knife, but it's like I don't know, a thing to take paint off, and I just scrape up off the glue, and then I just do that a couple times, and then I rip the pages off in a certain amount of, and then I slice through each. It's about a good 20 minutes per book, maybe. But I've got just so many books in here that I've bought from learning Korean, Japanese, Chinese, in all different languages. So this is actually one eventually I might want to read. I got kicked off of Hello Talk for posting this. I got a 3-day ban once for just posting the. Yep. All right. So we're gonna. So I was gonna show you. I have Time Machine in Japanese as well. Somewhere in here. Hang on. Let me look. There it is. So this is Time Machine in Japanese as well. Okay. Now, even though it looks like it's on the first page because this is backwards, I have to scroll all the way to the end to start because I've scanned it backwards, just the way it's supposed to be. So there you go. But I'm not going to be reading it in Japanese today, okay? Mostly because, let me see. Let me see if this, oh yeah, it does work. See, I can select things, which is kind of cool. All right, cool. All right, so we're going to get out of this. Actually, I wanted to remember my place as being back here. I like to just know them at the beginning of the book. All right. All right, so today, because I've been doing Korean, we're going to try to get back to where I was. We'll catch everyone up. All right. Oh, actually, I want to get some music going here. Some chill piano while we're doing this. All right, sounds good? Yeah? Having fun? We enjoying it so far? Nothing's happening, but Time Machine is one of my favorite books. Absolutely love this. All right, here we go. Chill piano. Let me know, too, if my frames per second gets weird. All right, let's Let's move this to listen on this network. Ooh. There we go. All right. Here we go. Oh, it's weird. I thought I had to look at my screen, but I don't have to. Okay, so we're gonna be doing this on the iPad. I'm gonna sit down so I can chillax while we're doing this as much as I can. All right, time machine. All right, I'm not gonna read the intro. I'm just gonna actually read the real book. Now, keep in mind, I've read this part. You can see all of my notes. These are my notes from a few years back. For the first few pages, I've got notes. All right, here we go. I don't know. I have no way to like show you where I'm reading. You'll just have to trust me when I select it and translate it. We'll see if I got it right. Okay. If it's so obvious that I got it right, I'm not gonna look it up because I'll know it's right. Okay. 나는 타임머신을 발명한 사람을 알고 있다. I know a person who invented a time machine. So that's 발명 is hatsume in Japanese. I think I have to leave it and come back to it once and then it'll. So this means I know a person who invented a time machine. I know the person who invented the time machine. Okay, good. I was gonna do that into Japanese. Hang on. Okay, hang on. So it's gonna be 私はタイムマシンを発明した人知っています. So I'll translate it now into Japanese. I could remove all these other languages. That'd be nice. 私はタイムマシンを発明した人を知っている. Perfect. Ah, it's unavailable. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Okay. All right. 우리는 그를 시간 여행가라고 불렸는데 어느 날 그가 우리를 초대해서 타임머신에 대해 설명해 주었다. 우리는私たちは彼のことをI think I'm just going to translate this as to time traveler because Japanese say it that way, even though Koreans say jikan tabibito or something like that. But we're going to say time traveler と呼んでいます。ある日、彼が私たちを招待してタイムマシンについて説明してくれた. That's what this whole thing. Now the problem is this doesn't handle lines very well, and it's probably going to try to take. All right, 私たち彼の no, see that's wrong. So basically, it's we call him the time traveler. One day, he invited us and explained about the time machine. So 私たちを招待してタイムマシンについて説明してくれた. So that's good. This is the part. 私たちは彼を家の時間 what is that? Oh, 旅行か. Okay, I guess they did translate that. 時間予変が. They did a literal translation. と呼んだが. Okay. All right. Moving on. 우리는 발갛게 타오르는 난로가에 앉아 그의 이야기를 들었다. 私たちは see this. What is it? 赤く燃えている How do you say 난로 in Japanese? It's like a fireplace. Give me a second. Sometimes it's hard for me to go between Korean and Japanese when that's one of those words that isn't. I don't think it's doing like a kanji similarity thing. So this is the word I'm talking about right here. 난로가. That's how it's read. An N to a R sound turns to L's in Korean. 난로가 is oh dude, there's a word for this in Japanese. Dando? Why am I saying dando? Hey, maybe it is dando. Hang on. No, it's not. No, no, it's doing it completely wrong. Dando. Computer, how do you say Alexa? How do you say fireplace in Japanese? I think it's dando.
Fireplace in Japanese is nando.
It is dando. So it is nando. It's literally the same kanji. Kind of interesting. All right. Okay, so 우리는 발갛게 is like redly burning fireplace. We sat in front of the redly burning fireplace. It doesn't say in front of or anything like that, so I don't know if I'm getting that right. 앉아, sat. 그의 이야기를 들었다. And we listened to what he was saying. So let's see if we can get that translated. So it would be 私たちは赤く燃えている暖炉に座って彼の話を聞いた. 私たちは真っ赤に燃え上がる暖炉。They don't know how to do with that. 街 Oh, that's what the ga does. Okay, so 暖炉が means in front of, I'm guessing. に座って、彼の話を聞く強調 stress. I'm not sure what that means. どろった。Ignore all that. I must have selected some weird stuff. Anyway, I got that one right. Okay. 우리가 앉아 있는 의자가 그가 발명한 곳으로 우리가 앉아 있는 의자는 그가 발명한 곳으로 앉아 있는 사람을 안고 이로만져 주는 듯한 느낌을 주었다. I remember when I translated this the first time. It's a very weird one. Like there was smoke hanging in the air or something like that when I first did this, and I can't remember exactly. So 우리가 앉아 있는 의자. So 의자 is that. The Ouija that we are sitting in, it could be chair, but I always get it confused with doctor. No, Ouija is doctor, so it is chair. The chairs that we are sitting in, 그가 발명한 곳으로 앉아 있는 사람을 안고. Okay, okay, I get it. It's the 私たちが座っている椅子は彼が説明していることを발명한 곳으로 앉아 있는 사람을 안고 There's no way I'm going to be able to get this into Japanese properly. The people that are sitting into it hugged it, and I don't know what the iro manjo. I forgot. Actually, I think I have notes on here. Let's see. Stroke pat. Yeah. 오르 만지다. Was I reading that wrong? Yeah, it's 오르 만조. Like patting. It was as if it was patting it on their head. Oh, I see. It's not the. It is the chairs. Okay, look, we're gonna translate it because I don't want to take forever. Can I get it down? Without going too far up? I can't. It's a little bit tricky how the. So we'll get the first part. Okay. 私たちが座っている椅子は彼が説明したもので I don't know what. No, there's no setsume there, so I'm not sure why it's doing that. There is no Oh, hatsume. My God, I read that as setsume. hatsume したもので Okay. 앉아 있는 사람을 the people that are sitting 안고 wrapped around them and patted them on the head like they were a child. That's what it felt like. Let's just go with that. 방 안에는 저녁 식사 뒤에 편안한 분위기가 감돌고 있다. That's the one I'm remembering from before. 감돌다. That's to like envelope. So in the room, 部屋の中, 방 안에는 저녁 식사. That's晩ご飯. 뒤에, no, 아또. 편안한 분위기가 감돌고 있었다. 안심した雰囲気を No idea how to say that in Japanese. And I wouldn't remember it in Korean, except that I remember struggling really hard trying to figure it out originally. Okay, we gonna let me select this? All right, let me leave once and come back. Sometimes that helps. Okay, oops. Let's take this whole thing. Okay. 撫でてくれるような感じを与えた部屋の中 Oh my god, I gotta get further down. Alright, we'll see what I can do here. So naderu is that word for patting on the head. 部屋の中に I don't know where, oh, it's taking my notes. 夕食 That's what they're saying. 夕食 instead of 晩ご飯こうに楽な雰囲気 Yeah, 楽リラックスとした Oh, and what's funny is I cannot read this. Let's see if we can play it. Oh, I muted the sound. God dang it, hang on. Uno momento, señoritas. Uno momento, señoritas. Oh my gosh, I gotta show all the hidden ones. Give me a second. I messed up. Unhide all. And then I gotta rehide certain ones. Okay, there we go. So let's try that again.
は人を知り、撫でてくれるような感じを与えた 部屋の中に C は
Very loud.
夕
Hang
食
on.
後
I
の
can't
楽
hear
な
it, though.
雰囲気が漂っていた
I've got
時
to have
間
it
旅行に
go
行く細い人差し指
out to me.
で
Hang on.
重要な点を
I gotta figure out how to send this out. Give me a second. Is it advanced properties? And then we'll have Apple TV will be monitored and output. Okay, let's try that again. And actually, let me make sure that I have these other ones. Oh god, hide that one. Sorry, it's very tricky for this. Here we go.
は人を知り撫でてくれるような感じを与えた部屋の中に C は夕食後の楽な雰囲気が漂っていた時間旅行に行く細い人差し指で重要な点を
Okay. What did she say? My god, I have to read the whole thing again.
は人を知り撫でてくれるような感じを与えた部屋の中に C は夕食後の楽な雰囲気が漂っていた時間旅行に行く細い人差し指で重要
Sorry. Well, I just read. I got part of the next one, unfortunately. 시간 용행가는 가느다란. That means slender. 집게 손가락으로. Now I don't know what 집게 does there, but 손가락 is 유비. 중요한 점을 간청하면서 이야기를 시작했다. 타임 트래블러와 I guess we should call him 時間旅行者 or I'm going to just call him time traveler. 타임 트래블러와 細い指で重要なポイントを give me a break. It's like I see it because I know the Korean and I know the kanji. Give me a second. Kyocho. I think it's Kyocho. Kyocho? Does Kyocho sound right? Kyocho しながら話を始めました. So what that means is the time traveler with a slender finger pointed out, stressed while stressing out, nagara, I probably said that in Japanese, while pointing out the important points, began to speak.
時間旅行に行く細い人差し指で重要な点をは8組みながら話を始めた
Okay. 집게 손가락 is 人差し指. Wow, you know what I just realized? I don't know Korean finger names. I only know how to say finger. So let me think. 집게. So it's 집게 손가락. I wonder why it's 집게. It doesn't sound like it. It's not like pointing to people. In Japanese, hitosashi yubi is like pointing to fingers thing. Pointing to finger person. Pointing to people's fingers, what it's called. All right. I love this book, man. Okay. 지금부터 내가 하는 이야기를 잘 들어봐요. 私今から言うことをよく聞いてくれ. Listen to what I'm getting ready to tell you from this point forward. 사람들은 흔히 몇 가지 잘못된 지식을 갖고 있어요. 人たちは普通にいくつかの間違った知識を持っています. People have several mistaken information. They hold mistaken knowledge. Come on, come down. Oh, why are they making this so hard? I don't know what hunhi is. It's like normally or everyday, daily, or higoro maybe. よく聞いてください。人々はよく Okay, it's よく 몇 가지. Come on. Why is this so hard? It's the problem with doing OCR, I guess. They need to improve this system. Select all. Oh, I can't select those. Okay, well, look. It's what it is. 나는 여러분이 학교에서 배운 기하학, 공항을 수학적으로 계산하는 학문. They described what that was. 은 잘못된 것이라고 생각합니다. I believe that everyone here, what everyone has learned in school about 기하학 science, It's 공간, space, mathematically determining space. 잘못된 곳이라고 생각합니다. I believe you've learned it wrong. So 私はみんなが学校で習った기하학. That's I don't know. 기하학? That might be. Oh, that's geometry maybe. 기하학. That might be it. Alexa, how do you say geometry in Korean? 기하학, I bet.
Geometry in Korean.
Yes.
Yeah.
기하학. All right. It's kikagaku in Japanese. Okay. I actually never saw that in Korean before. At least I don't remember. Did I look it up here? Let's see. Did I actually look it up? I don't even think I looked it up. I just thought it meant science, I bet, when I first looked it up. All right. So I believe you're all wrong. What you've learned about geometry. I didn't realize it was about geometry, though. Kuroja Bilbi가 대구했다. Upon that, Bilby, or Philby, I guess? Philby retorted. 그는 붉은 머리에 토론하기를 좋아하는 사람이었다. He was a person that liked to debate. 토론 in Japanese, but 토론 in Korean. 그는, I don't know what 붉은 머리. I don't know what that means. Let's see if I have it in my notes up here. There's only gonna be a few pages of notes, so also it looks like I cut part of it off with my oh, there it is. Geometric 기하 잘못되다 같다. I'm looking at my notes. 그러자 just then 태그했다. Red, crimson. Oh yeah, he has red hair. That's right. 그는 붉은 머리에. So he's with his red hair. This man, he has red hair, and he's a person that with red hair that likes to debate. 왜 거창한 문제부터 시작하는군요. You started with quite a, I don't know what 고정 means here. I have to look it up. It might be my notes probably. Tremendous, large. だいぶ大きい問題からスタートしたね。始まったね。You've started with quite a large topic, have you not? Essentially. 時間変化が말했다. The time traveler spoke. 時間旅行者 time traveler 가喋った. I need to give him a voice, huh? 나는 막무가내로 여러분에게 내 말을 인정해 달라고 하지는 않겠어요. I'm not going to ask everybody to recognize what I'm getting ready to say. I believe that's what he's saying. 나는, so it's, I don't know what, 막무가내로. Let's see, 막무가내로. Is that in here? Stubbornly. I'm not going to stubbornly. 시츠코쿠 maybe? 시츠코쿠. 여러분에게 내 말에 인정. Wait, that no, I looked that up, but 인정해, that I looked up, it says human desire in my notes, but that's definitely not what it is. It's I think 인정 is recognize. I think it's recognized. Here, let's see if we can. Dang it. It's, and once my notes are gone, I think it'll be better to look things up. Like my notes are somehow affecting the OCR. My notes, I don't think I have any notes on. I don't think I literally got past this page. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. 막무가내로. No idea. Well, stubbornly, it's already right there. Sorry. Anyway, I'm not going to ask you guys to, 인정해. You know what we need to do? Open up the YBM dictionary too. Those dictionaries are pretty sweet. Do I not have them? Oops. Oh my God. YBM. I think I only have these for my iPhone though. Okay, there. I own these, but did they change the No, girl, I own these, girl. Why are you trying to make me buy them again? Let's do Korean. Oh, that got 1 star. No, I already bought these, man. Maybe it's I think it's not gonna work because it's not. Oh, here we go. Here, I can download this one. I don't know if those are new or what. I can download this one, and I can download this one because I already own them. Okay, give it a second. How you guys doing tonight? It's a rare time where I'm using both languages on a polyglot. I never really do the polyglot stuff, but man, I spent like the last, I think it's already a month now since I started, just scanning. I have easily another maybe 200-300 books over here that I'm going to be scanning, and I've already scanned 100 of them. So I've scanned maybe one fourth of my random books that I bought. No notifications. Okay, so let's look 인정. Oh, you know what? I don't even have this keyboard on here. Oh shoot. I need to go to keyboard settings, add my keyring because I don't have add new keyboard. Korean. Okay, there we go. Okay, and we need to look up 인정. 인정하다. I think it just means recognize. There it is. Acknowledge. Approve. Approve and sanction. I think that's what they're using it for here. But actually that would be 승인. Either way, so that's what it means. I'm not asking you to sanction what I'm saying here, okay? Or approve. 인정했다라고 하지는 않겠어요. 하지만 이제 곧 여러분은 내 상하게 동의하게 될 겁니다. 다케도 이제 what's a good way to translate 이제 in the Japanese? I always thought that was like now. そのうちにみんなは私の考えに同意することになる。However, you guys will all eventually agree with my thoughts. でももうすぐ皆さんは私の考えなどの So it's not going all the way, but that's what it was saying. So I mean, I already knew that one. 이런 듣기를 갖고 있지 않은 것을 말하지요. 이란은 I underlined. Oh, 손이란. Sorry. I'm sorry. I skipped a whole thing up here. 여러분도 아시겠지만, you all know this. 민나와 시테를 know this가 키하학에서 말하는 손이란 뜨개를 갖고 있지 않은 것을 말하지요. You all know that in geometry we said that a line has no thickness. 민나가 시테를 하즈다가 I think it's something like that. 幾何学では線というものは厚さというものはないです。Come on, let me select. Go! Oh, yes, okay, come on.
皆さんもご存知でしょうが、幾何学で言うとは、このとは2つを持っていなかったことを言いますね。
Oh, dude, he didn't nail that at all. And actually, I want to look up Kihagak because maybe it's not geometry because they're using a different kanji here, I think. So it's possible that there's two ways to translate that. Kihagak. Euclidean geometry. I bet that's what it is. Yeah, I guess it's always. Yeah, it's just geometry. Nothing different. Okay, cool. Good to know. All right. Whew. All right, here we go. They say that a line has no thickness. Okay. 그것은 상상 속에나 있는 것이지 실제로는 존재하지 않아요. Hang on. That is within your imagination, and honestly, and in reality, it also doesn't exist. So, それは想像の中でのことで実際のこと。He doesn't say mo here, but 존재하지 않아요. I feel like this selection thing isn't working well enough for me to reliably translate this, to be fair. それは想像の中のあるものであって実際には存在しません。I don't get why he would say it that way. That's in your imagination, but in reality it doesn't exist. But he literally said right here, there is no thickness. So, I don't know. Okay, it seems like he's contradicting himself, but he's not. It's just me misunderstanding. 실제로는 아무리 얇은 펜으로 그려도 뜨개를 가질 수밖에 없으니까요. because no matter how thin, no matter how, 実際はどんなに薄いペンで書いても厚さは持つことはない。No matter, in reality, no matter how thin of a pen you draw the line with, it can't have a thickness. It can only 持つしかない. It can only have a thickness. I don't know if I'm reading that right.
実際には、薄いペンで描いても厚みが持てないんですか？
Even if you draw it with a thin pen, you have no choice but to have thickness. Okay. It can only have, yeah, 持つしかない. Okay. くは、마찬가지로 평면도 실제로는 존재하지 않지요. 그와 마찬가지로, I don't know what that means. 마찬? I'm thinking 마창, but I don't. With that, 평면. What is 평면? I have to think about the kanji for that. 평, 행, 맹. 도 실제로 존재하나요? 하죠. And this also really doesn't exist, but I don't know. That and this also don't exist. これとこれも存在しない. Hey and 마찬지 don't even exist. Okay, well, it's not knowing how to translate that. All right. 아무리 얇게 만든 평면. What's 평면? Because there's a thickness, even if it's... Oh, heimen. Heimen is a flat surface. That's what it is. Heimen, it's heimen in Japanese, 평면.
平面でも厚さがありますからね。それは
Okay, there's no... I don't know. She cannot handle this. All right. Even flat surfaces have, no matter how thin you draw it, the flat surfaces that you make also have a thickness. 심리학자가 고래를 끄덕이며 말했다. While nodding his head, the psychiatrist, I think it's a psychiatrist? Yeah, the psychiatrist spoke. 심리학자.
心理学者が首をひねっていった。
Oh, I didn't translate that, did I, into Japanese, did I? Sorry. The psychiatrist nodded his head and said, okay. 뿐만 아니라 길이, 넓기, 두께를 가진 입체도 실제로는 존재하였습니다. Not just that. それだけではなく長さ、広さ、厚み. Actually, I have to go. So, well, I think length is going to be nagasa, not nagami. Nagasa, hirosa, and they've been saying atsumi, but I think we can say atsusa here. 가진 입체도 실제로는 존재하지 않습니다. They really don't exist. There's no 입체, I'm guessing is object. There is no object that can't have not just a thickness, but they cannot have length, not have width, and not have thickness. They don't exist. That don't have that. Come on. It's so weird. The way it's selecting things is so weird. Okay, let's try. Not only that, but the road is wide. It does not exist. Well, giri, gil means road, and that's what it's doing. But giri means length, and they're messing that up. There's no body that doesn't exist with that. Let's see what they used if they did nagasa. I'm curious. That's so wrong. Oh man, that's so sad. Google Translate doesn't work at all. The translate, I don't think it's Google Translate. Whatever translate this is not working at all. Okay, now we're on a page that page is this 10. I did read this earlier. I didn't look anything up though, because I didn't realize I had OCR until much later. 시간용 행가가 말하자 필비가 급히 끼어들었다. Okay, 끼어. 들었다. Okay. When the time traveler, the moment he tried to speak, Philby did something in a emergency way, I guess. 時間用変がタイムトラベラーが喋ろうとしたとき、ピルビが急に気をつらった。I don't know what that means. タイムトラベラーが言うと、ピルビがI don't even know what that means.
タイムトラベラーが言うと、ピルビが急遽巻き込まれた。
Oh, 急遽 suddenly. Okay. Actually, I wanted to look at that. What happens if we do look up? Search web? Dude, I wish I could go directly to Google Translate. Let's see if we can trans. Oh yeah, it's not even installed. Maybe if I install it, it'll be better. No idea, guys. So it seems at least you can get general translation function. So let's keep that open in case we have to. Actually, that's another way to get out of. Do we have to be in this mode? Oh shit! I don't want to get out of there. Okay. Home. Okay. And actually, we want Korean to start. HIJK. I know alphabet. Okay, we'll keep it in Japanese for now. Okay, back to the book. Okay. 그거 아니에요. 입체는 존재할 수 있죠. That's not it at all. That's not it. That thing can't. That body can't exist. 모든 사물은 what's 사물? 시부츠? All things. 대부분의 사람들이 그렇게 알고 있지요. I think that's the response. Most people know this. ほとんどの人たちはそれは知っているでしょう. 하지만 잘 생각해봐요. だけどよく考えてください. However, please think about this. 시간이 흐르지 않았는데 순간적으로만 존재하는 입체가 있을까요? 時間は流れてもいないにもかかわる流れていないのに、瞬間的にだけでも存在する物体 I don't know. I gotta look up 입체 in a second. 입체. What is 입체? 입체. Some sort of object, right? Can it exist in just instances? I love this sort of stuff. It's actually like for such an old book, right? This book's like 100+ years old, I think. Alexa, when was Time Machine written?
The Time Machine by H.G. Wells was published in 1895.
1895. This is almost 130 years old, guys. That's crazy. 129 years ago. So let's see if Translate gets better now. Open in Translate. Download languages. 時間経っていないのに瞬間的にだけ存在、it's 立体 I think があるのでしょうか。存在する立体。So let's take this. See if we can just copy it. And then if we shoot over to here, paste. 流れませんでしたが、瞬間的にだけ存在する立体。
時間が流れませんでしたが、瞬間的にだけ存在する立体があるでしょうか?
Now, let's look in English. No time is when time isn't passing, but can so it's a three-dimensional object. That's what a立体 is. Can a three-dimensional exist only momentarily? See, these are great questions for 129 years ago. 무슨 말인지 모르겠군. I have no idea what you're talking about.何を言ってるかわからん. 필비가 말했다. Said Philby. 일정한 시간동에 존재하는다면 입체가 어떻게 있을 수 있느냐는 말입니다. What I'm saying is, how can a 3D object exist? How can there be a three-dimensional object existing within a second in a paused time? Is that, I don't know what 일정 means here. I like taking this to Google, to be fair. Seems like it's better. How can a three-dimensional object exist if it does not exist for a certain period of time? Is that what you're saying? 일정한 시간 동에 존재하지 않는다면. Here's what it's actually what it's saying is, if it doesn't exist in a certain period of time. Oh, it is saying that. Sorry. 입체가 어떻게 how can it exist? Okay, how can it exist if it doesn't exist for a certain period of time? Okay, it makes sense. Oh wait, we're gonna do it in Japanese next. Sorry, my bad. Before I get there, so 일정한 이치지테키 I don't know how to say this. 이때 I bet it's 이때 for 일정. 이때나 지간. Every time you have a han, it's a na adjective, by the way. All na adjectives in Japanese are hada adjectives in Korean. 한 시간 동에. So what did I say? It was 이때나 지간の中で存在していないなら立体がどうやってYou can't do this in Japanese. ありえるんですか is what I'm saying. I think we're going to say ありえる maybe. 一定な時間の間に存在しない場合は立体がどのようにありえるイエーイありえるかどうかということです。Yeah, how can it exist if it's not there? Alright. 필비가 생각에 잠기자 시간 여행 가는 이야기를 계속했다. I don't know what that means. 잠기자? Not sure. Philby, something in his thought, and the time traveler continued speaking. I wish there was a way to like send this. Let's see. Philby가 강하니 blah blah すると Screw you, man. Why are you making it so hard? Copy. This needs to clear out automatically. It's killing me. Paste. 필비가 강가에に浸ると Wow, I never heard 浸ると ever.
フィルビが考えに浸ると、時間旅行家は話を続けた。
So lost in thought. Okay. 잠가자. Okay. 浸る. Doing two languages at once is a little bit rough. 분명히 세상은 모든 물체는 다음에 네 가지를 갖고 있어야 존재합니다. It's clear that every physical item in the world has these four types of things in order to exist. Okay? What am I going to say for 분명? 분명, so it's me. 분명 이 세상의 모든 この世界にはすべての物体がこの次の4つのものを持ってなければ存在しない。분명 is clear, but I'm not sure exactly how to translate it. Come on, let me select. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Obviously, all objects in the world have to have the following four things to exist. I don't know why it's making it like a question. 明らかに Oh, that's good. 分明 Okay. 明らかにこの世界のすべてのオブジェクト Like it's actually there's a word for it in Japanese. It's 物体。は次の4つを持っています。野生ジュニパー Wild juniper. That's definitely some weird translation mistake. Juk, giri, nerpki. So I don't know what juk is. Juk. Length, width, thickness. What's juk? Girl, even I don't know, bro. Okay, let's see. Juk. Juk. Namely. Oh, precisely. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay. Exactly. Length. It says it needs 4 things though. Oh. Kurigo, shiganijio, and time. So it needs these exact things. Length, nagasa, hirosa, atsumi. それに時間だ。時間でしょ。그런데 우리는 길이 넓기 두개 이 세계를 공간이라 부르고 나머지 하나는 시간이라고 부르고 있어요. それから私たちは長さ、広さ、厚み、この3つを空間と呼んで、残りの1つは時間と呼んでいます。Come on, I nailed that one. Did I give you the English already? We call, and subsequently, I guess, I don't know, kuronde is a good way. We call length, width, thickness, these 3 things we call space. I don't think kongan means space time, it just means space. And the remaining one we call time. All right, come on, translate. Grab this one too. Come on, grab it. Oh, dang it. All right, we'll get close. Copy. So no, 私たちは長さ広さです。Oh man, no, it messed up. Hang on, I think I can fix it. ぴょん。厚さ、この3つを空間と呼び、残りの時間と呼んでいます。Well, 残りは時間と呼んでいます。And the remaining we call time. This is not a. However, we call the 3 length, width, and thickness space, and the remaining one called time. It's English. It's interesting that the English translation is better than the Korean, the Japanese, which should be normally better. 나누어 놓았을까요? 왜 그렇게 나누어 놓았을까요? Why do we separate those things? なんでこうやって分けてるんでしょうか? なんでこの3つを分けてるんでしょうか? なんでそんなに分けていたんでしょう? 그건 우리는 태어나서 죽을 때까지 시간을 따라 한 방향으로만 움직일 수 있기 때문이에요. It's because we move in one direction, following time, in just one direction, following time, from the time we are born until death. 私たちがなぜかというと、私たちが well, it doesn't say when I'm on there, but I'm okay. 私たちは、生まれてから死ぬまで時間にwhat are they going to say here? たどって時間 how do you say follow in Japanese? 追いかけて Dude, I don't know. Why don't I know that? 一つの方向だけに動いているからだ。Alright. Let's see if I did. Okay. それは私たち生まれてから死ぬまでの時間を。it's 追って。I think it's 追って。一部屋の香りしか動くの。That makes no sense. It's messing up.
疑問符。それは私たちは生まれて死ぬまで時間を追って、一部屋の項にしか動けないとき、ドアだよ。
Yeah. Let's translate that using a proper program here. This is because we can only move in one direction through time from birth to death. See, that's what I was saying. それは私たちが生まれてから死ぬまで時間を、what is that one? 沿って一方向に出会うことができるのです。Wow, that's so weird. Alright, I don't know if the translations are helping at all or hurting. 꽤 명확한 설명이군요. That's quite tremendous or something. Tremendous explanation, I guess. かなりはっきりした。Oh, oh shoot, that's 明確な That's what the
かなりはっきりした説明だね。
quite a clear explanation. 청년이 램프에 담배불을 붙이며 말했다. The young man said as he lit his cigarette on a lamp.青年がランプにタバコに火をつけて言った。
青年がランプにタバコの火をつけながら言った。
I should have, yeah, 붙이며. I only recently realized that is the same thing as 면서. All right, and I somehow just completely didn't even read it this time. Okay, can I get out of this? Okay. 그런데도 사람들이 이런 점을 생각 못하고 있으니 참으로 이상한 일입니다. It's a strange thing. I don't know what 참으로 means because people cannot understand. That being the case, people cannot understand this particular point. それにしても人たちはこの点を、考えることができないので참으로 이상한. I don't know what 참으로 means here. 変なことだ. Okay.
そういうのに人たちがこんなところを思い浮かべていないから本当におかしいです。
Well, we're pretty close. People can't think of this as strange thing. Okay. 시간용 행가가 약간 기분이 좋아진 듯 말을 계속이었다. 타임 트래블러와 ちょっと気分が良くなったような感じでなったように、話を続けた。The time traveler, as if his feelings were a little bit better, had improved, he continued talking. Okay, I think it might be like doing this OCR on the like fly. I kept talking as if he kept talking as if he felt a little bit better about time. No, my God, the translation. No, stop! Don't even say it. You're totally wrong. Let's see if the Japanese does better. 타임 트래블러に行くはちょっと気分が良くなったみたいにいくつは God, it's not even trying. 사람들은 시간을 다르게만 바라보고 있어요. People only look at time differently? 人たちは時間を間違って見つめています。眺めています。眺める I don't know idea.
人々は時間を違うように眺めています。
Okay. 하지만 시간과 노미지 세계의 차원은 사실 아무런 차이도 없어요. だけど時間とその残りの3つの次元、は正直何も差がない。However, time in the remaining 3 dimensions, honestly, there's no difference in them. でも時間とthere's no watashi there. Stop it. Oh my God, it's namoji, not na and then mo and then ji. 実はwhat? Nani ran kuruma mo nai. Oh my God, no, this is completely bad. This is so bad. But I don't even have a car in time and 3 cars. No, it's messing up because of the line. So shigangwa means time and namoji is remaining sege 3 no chawon is jigen in Japanese, which means dimension. Sashir is jitsuwa. 実際、アムロ何もチャイさもない。Okay. 単地売りへ 이 시간을 따라 움직인다는 점만 다르지요. The only point that's different is that we are moving in according to time. It's simply with our knowledge that we are following time. The point that we are following time. That's the only difference. I think that's what it means. It's different from the fact that our diet follows time. Where do you get diet in there? Can wishik mean diet? Oh my god. Okay. No, it means chishiki though. No, that would be chishik. Ishik is our consciousness. 그런데 어리석게도 사람들은 그에 대해 아직도 잘못 생각하고 있어요. What's 어리석게도? Stubbornly, I think. 그런데 stubbornly, people about that even now have mistaken thoughts on it. それでも is it shitsukoku? No, that can't be shitsukoku. I'm not sure. There's probably another word for it. 人たちはそれについては今も間違えた考えを持っています。誤解しています. I'm not sure how it's going to translate it as. Oh, I can't take that. Okay, well, let's see if we can at least stop it down there. Okay. Stupidly. Okay. Still think wrong about it. We got a long way to go, man. Well, I don't know what that is in Japanese. What is that?
でも、愚かにも、人々はそれについてまだ間違っていると思う。やってる。
Okay. 여러분도 잘 아시겠지만, everyone here, you guys always know, you know this. 종이 같은 2차원 벽면 위에 주사위 같은 3차원 입체를 그릴 수 있지요. You all know this, but even on a two-dimensional flat surface like paper, I don't know what chusa is a shot, but I don't know. Injection, but I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. 같은. Oh. Maybe it is a chusa. Maybe it is some sort of shot thing. A three-dimensional object like a shot, like a needle. We can draw such a thing even on a two-dimensional piece of paper, right? Come on. We all know this. 皆さんはよくご存知で、紙のような、二次元平面の上に注射 Yep, it does say 注射 in Japanese. 上のように三次元 I don't know how it's getting N in there. の blah 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 を書けますよね。As you well know, you can draw a three round mouth like an injection on a. The translations are all wrong, but that's what it means. くは맞찬 가지로. I know what 맞찬 가지로 means. 3차원 물체에도 4차원의 도형을 그려 놓을 수 있습니다. We can also draw the fourth dimension. I'm guessing 도형 is like representation on a three-dimensional object. 마찬가지로. I don't know what that means. With that, along with that. I don't know what 마찬가지로 means. We're just going to copy it and see what Google Translate says. Chan-chan. Well, no idea what that means. It's because it's got spaces in there. Hang on. The spaces is what's messing it up. The translation can't handle these space. 마찬, 오나지, 마찬가지. Maybe it means 오나지ku. In the same way, we can put a representation of the fourth dimension on top of a three-dimensional object. We can, I guess, we can draw a fourth dimension on a three-dimensional object. 그것이 바로 4차원 기하학입니다. 아시겠어요? That thing is called four-dimensional geometry. Do you get it? 알고 갔군요. It seems like you know it, or it seems like I know it. 시장이 중골거리자 시간이 흥해가 말했다. 시장 is a mayor. I guess there's a mayor in front of them too. The mayor, 중골거리자. No idea what that means. Like scratching his head. I don't know, something like that. 시간이 no. Nope, that can't be scratching his head. I was like, pure guess. It must be wrong. Mumbled. Chungor gorija. Okay. As the mayor, remember the tram driver said. So is it mogu mogu? Shinagara? Oh my god, no. That they chose Shijang as marketplace, but it can mean two things. Tsubayaku. I get tsubuyaku means to mumble? Really? How did I not know that? We need a Japanese dictionary on this thing. Do I have it on there? Japanese. Tsubuyaku. Okay. Tsubuyaku. Oh, okay. Tsubuyaku always sounded to me like a word like that means shining. Tsubayaiteita. It was shining. How is it mutter and grumble? Give me a break, Japanese. Okay. 한동안 나는 이 4차원 기하학에 대해 연구해왔어요. For a period of time, I have been researching about this fourth dimensional geometry. Let's see, how would we do that in Japanese? 한동안. Aida is dongang. Aru. Aida, no one says that. No one says aru aida. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't know. 私は4次元幾何学について Oh my god, what's Yongu in Japanese? 研究してきました。しばらくの間、oh there we go. しばらくの間、私はこの4次元幾何学について研究してきました。Yay! Okay, fine. 거기에는 아주 희한한 것들 많이 있지요. そこにはすごく whatever 희한한 means, maybe strange or curious. There's many curiosities within that. そこには珍しいものもたくさんあります。
そこにはすごく珍しいものがたくさんありますよね。
There are a lot of rare things here. Rare is not what he meant to say for sure. 예를 들어, 例えば, 여기에 어떤 남자의 조상화가 있다고 합시다. For example, let's assume that there is a certain man, I don't know what 조상화가 means? 화가 I thought meant, no, that's 화자. I don't know what that means. 조상, jo, sang can be read as jo in Japanese. Cho, I don't know. So, for example, 例えばとしましょう。ある男 know something. Maybe it's the shape of a man. Maybe it's sang is shape of a man. Katachi, I don't know. For example, let's say there's a portrait. Chosanghwa. Okay. Chosanghwa. Let's look up Japanese. 例えばここにはある男の something 像があるとしましょう。
例えば、ここにある男の肖像画があるとしましょう。
肖像画っていうんだね。portrait。ヨドロプされて모습。A picture, the shape of him when he's 8. 15されて모습. The shape of him when he's 15. 17살, 17. 23살, 23. 모습이 쭉 이어져 있어요. Are all lined up, I guess, is what that means. Each one of them are lined up. Come on, baby. Oh, come on. Okay. 姿、モスプ姿、それぞれ8歳の時の姿、15歳の時の姿、17歳の時、23歳の姿がずっと、続いています。The appearance of the figure, the appearance when he was 15, appearance when he was 17. Yeah, okay, you get it. The Japanese translation was better. Okay. 이 그림들을 시간 속에 전체를 공간 안에 표현해 놓은 것이지요. These pictures within time, they 존재를 공간 안에 within space, their existence within time represent within the, oh my god, kukan, the within space, 표현해, they represent, dude, I don't know how to exactly translate that. I'm gonna at least select it before I think about it. Okay. 이 그림들은, these pictures, where they are, I think noun, does noun mean put on top, or here does it mean, no, that would be noun for birth. Noun, yeah, I think it's, they, 표현 means, hyogen, they express within time the existence of it within, they express within space the existence of it within time. Let's just translate that. These paintings are the existence in time. It's experienced in, it's expressed in the space. Okay, well, we got close. 3차원의 그림들을 합쳐서 4차원의 존재를 표현한 것입니다. These three-dimensional pictures, they're 합쳐서 is like combined, I guess, with into the fourth dimensions and express the existence in the fourth dimension. What did I say in Japanese? It would be 3次元の絵は重ねて No, it's 合成 maybe? 合成 or 重ねて overlap or line up 4次元の、存在を表現しています。Combine the three-dimensional pictures. It's an expression of the existence in the fourth dimension. Jesus, can you get any more difficult? 合わせて is what they used, okay. Nishi's not there. 3次元の存在を表現したものです。どちらがおよしる Wait, where do you get that? Where do you get that? どちらがよろしいですか? Where do you get that? Making up stuff. 시간 용행가가 자기 말을 이해시키기 위해 잠시 쉬었다가 the time traveler took a breath so that they could understand the words that he spoke. However, he spoke again. 시간 여행가가 時間旅行者は、自分の話を理解してもらうために、一時息をしたがまた話しました。 과학자들은 시간이 구조 공간 한 종류의 속한다는 사실을 잘 알고 있어요. These 과학자 scientists know that they know well that time is one type of one type of a space. Oh my god, this sounds okay. 과학자たちは時間がただ空間の一周. Yes, okay, oh my god. So literally that's what it was saying. The fact that time belongs to this kind of space. It's just one type of space. They know well. 여기에 날씨를 기록한 표가 있습니다. Here I have a chart that has tracked the weather, recorded the weather. ここには天気を記録した表があります. 내가 지금 손가락으로 가리키고 있는 이 손을 온도계에 움직임을 기록한 손이에요. Right now, with my finger that I am pointing to, this line is a line that recorded the movement of the temperature. What do you call the thing that measures temperature? Thermometer. Okay. The line that I'm pointing to my finger right now is the thermometer. No, it's not the thermometer. It's tracked the movement of the thunder. It's because the line can't be translated properly when it's two lines, unfortunately. 今指さし温度計の Okay, well, it doesn't work because of that, but that's what it said. Trust me, I know it. I'm pretty confident on that. 이제 낮에는 꽤 높았었는데 밤에도 뚝 떨어졌어요. And we could, in the afternoon, it was quite high, but in the evening, it dropped significantly. 昼にはかなり高かったが夜 oh my god, oh my god, why is it Korean going out? 夜へは you can't say that. 夜にはずっと下がった. Let's see if we can get that. I think when we have two lines, we should take it over to Google Translate here. Where is Google Translate? There we go. 昨日はかなり oh, is it 昨日? Oh, I read it as EJ, but it's OJ. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was like, why is EJ there? Okay, OJ is yesterday. 夜は落ちました. Okay, and then English, please. It was quite high yesterday during the day, but dropped sharply at night. Yay, we nailed it. Okay, good. At least we know my translation is quite accurate here. 그리고 오늘 아침에 and それに今日の朝には for this morning 다시 오르갔고 지금은 여기까지 와 있어요. And today in the morning again it went up, and now it's come up to this point. それから今日の朝にはまた上がって今はここまで来ています. That's literally a perfect translation, trust me. 하지만 온도계 안에 있는 수은 must be 수긴? Wait. 수이깅 is how you say mercury. Sorry. 수은. I just know from the kanji that's what it is. 하지만 온도계 안에 있는 수은이 종이 위에다 이런 손을 구워 놓는 건 아니잖아요. Oh my god, this sentence. However, inside the temperature gauge, thermometer, the mercury on top of this paper is not tracing this line, I guess. This is my guess, okay? だけど、温度計の中にある水銀はこの紙の上にそういう線をたどっていないでしょう. Wait, they're just like, oh, damn it. You gonna play? Why is it not playing? 温度計の中に、いる。Wait. 温度計にいる수은. Oh no, wait. See, the problem is it took 수은 and didn't make it 수이긴. 引いておいたわけじゃないでしょう. All right. I mean, definitely close to what it is anyway. 하지만 수은이 손을 따라 움직일 것은 분명한 사실이지요. But this is this line, it's a very clear reality or truth that 사실 is jijitsu, I think. Yeah, it's jijitsu. Is very it's very clear that it's following this line and moving. 그러므로, I don't know what that means. 그러므로 우리는 순히 시간의 차원을 따라 움직였다고 말할 수밖에 없다는 것입니다. 그러므로, I think it means like following this. This Mercury is following a time dimension and moving is the only thing we can say about it. このように I'm guessing, I don't know, 黒室 I've never seen before. 私たちは、水銀が時間の次元にたどって、動いているとしか言うようがない。
だから私たちは水銀が時間の次元を追って動いたとしか言いようがないんだ。どちらがおよろしいですか？
I don't know why it's どちらがおよろしいですか at the end of that. It's so weird. Therefore, we believe that the water silver, Mercury, buddy, is the time dimension. We have no choice to say that it followed it. Okay. 그렇지만, however, だけど、의사가 난로불을 그렇지게 바라보며 말했다. While staring at the fireplace, the doctor said, however, the doctor said staring at the lot fire. Ooh, I don't know why it's lot fire. It's because doesn't know how to translate nanrot. Narrot, I mean. Where's the Japanese? 私のロットブル Oh my god. Either way, trust me. Okay, I'm doing better than whatever this translation system is being used here. 시간이 공간과 비슷한 곳이라면 왜 지금까지 아직 다른 곳으로 요구쳐 온 거죠? So this is the question that the doctor asked. If we're saying that time is similar to space, why up until now it's been a very different, we've come very different yokyo. I don't know what yokyo-cho means. It's yogyojida. Yogyojida. Can I just do voice? Yogyojida. Maybe it doesn't work. Yogyojida. Must not work because I'm hooked up to Apple TV. It sucks. Oops. Why'd you jump out of Korean in that moment? Yogyojida. Oh, it's yogyojida. Listen carefully. Okay. We've come this. Why have we? If you're saying that they're the same, why have we listened so close this up until now? 그리고 우리는 공간 속에서는 돌아다닐 수 있는데 왜 시간 속에서는 자유롭게 돌아다닐 수 없는 거죠? And also, それから私たちは空間の中では動けるの I think 虎谷 does to go back and forth 行ったり来たりできるのになんで時間の中で自由に行ったり来たりすることがないでしょう How come if we can go back and forth, if we can move back and forth in space, how come we can't freely move back and forth in time? Man, I would kill to have this work better. Okay, let's copy again. Let's go back to translate, new translation, paste. And we are 2 stones. No, that's not what it is. No. It's the space here. Give me a second. Let me delete it. Because tor is a stone. And if we can move around in space, why couldn't I move friendly in time? I nailed that translation. That's exactly what it was. Nailed that, guys. 私たち空間の中で回る is not a good way. It's 行ったり来たり I would say. 動くこと or something like that. なぜ時間の中で自由に回ることができませんか? Like literally nailed that translation. 시간 여행가가 빙긋이 웃으며 말했다. The time traveler said while smiling, I guess it's 微笑みながら maybe. 타임 트래블러와 微笑みながら喋った. 우리는 정말 공간 안에서 자유롭게 돌아다닐 수 있나요? Can we really freely move within space? 물론 우리는 오른쪽이나 왼쪽 또는 앞이나 뒤로 자유롭게 움직일 수 있지요. Of course, we can freely move left, right, and of course up and also up and down, right? 하지만 위쪽이나 아래쪽으로는 어떻습니까? But how about up and down? 중력 때문에 because of gravity 위로 움직일 수 없지 않습니까? 인력のせいで上には動くことはできないでしょう。반드시 그런 건 아니죠. 반드시 is what? Like 絶対にそういうことじゃない。기구를 타면 위로 올라갈 수 있잖아요. We can get in a device and go upwards. Is 반드시 絶対? My God, why is that? That's like the positive form of 絶対 in Korean, I think. That's not the case. そういうことじゃないでしょう. I don't know what 器具で like 何かに乗れば上に上がることができるでしょう. 반드시. I'm gonna try to remember that one. 必ずしも damn it. 必ず that's right. 必ず. It's similar to 絶対. 必ずしもそうじゃないでしょうね. Oh, so they're just saying 器具. Okay. 器具に乗れば上に上がれるじゃん. It's not necessary if you ride equipment. Equipment.器具 is equipment. Okay. 의사가 대꾸했다. The doctor retorted. 하지만 기구가 발명되기 전에는 위로 조금 뒤로 오르거나 아래로 뛰어 내릴 수 있었을 뿐. However, before this equipment was invented, 하지만 기구가発明する前には上にはちょっとだけジャンプしてとか、下には下がる、jump down 飛び下がるなんて言うんだろう。That'sだけで위로는 자유롭게 움직일 수는 없어지요. We couldn't freely move up. Right? Okay, let's take this again. We have line spaces so I can fix them over here. 뿅, 뿅. しかし、器具が発明される前には、上に少し飛び上がったり、下にジャンプすることができただけで、上下に自由に動くことできませんで。Oh, was it we are in the Korean? Oh, it is we are. I just read we, I think. Yep, let's go to English. Before the invention of a device, you could jump a little bit or jump down, but you couldn't move down freely. Such a good book, man. 그래도 조금은 아래로 I shouldn't do voices. 그래도 조금은 위아래로 움직일 수 있었잖아요. But yeah, but we even if it's but we could move a little bit up and down. 하지만 시간 속에서는 전혀 이동할 수 없다고요. 우리는 아무도 현재로부터 벗어날 수 없습니다. I have no idea what that meant. However, within time, we know for no matter what, we can't move in there within time. We 아무도 nobody 아무도 is anybody I think not 誰も私たち誰も현재로実際현재 is gang also not I don't know. That's too many words that I don't know, unfortunately. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta do the first one. I forgot to do Japanese too. Okay, so here we go. だけどちょっとは上下は上下は動けるじゃないですか。だけど時間の中では絶対移動はできない。But it could have moved up and down a little, but can't move it all in time. Ah! At least let me redo it. Don't be so mean.
それでも少しは上下に動くことができたじゃないですか。でも時間の中では全く移動できないんですよ。
Nailed it. 우리는 아무도. And this is the hard sentence here for me. Let's move back and come back. 우리는私たち誰もgentai? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's not tai though because it's che and not che. 私たちは現在 Oh my god, Hyunjae. Oh my god. This is a case of like I'm reading too many big words and the simplest words that I definitely know no matter what, I messed up. Even in Chinese, I know it's xianzai. Like it's so easy. Okay. 現在から脱がれない。どちらも恐ろしいですが。Oh my god, no, that どちら thing at the end, it's always asking that for some reason in the translation.
私たちは誰も現在から逃れない。どちらが
None of us can escape. No, none of us can leave from the current time. 그게 바로 당신과 세상 사람들이 잘못 생각하고 있는 점이에요. That's the point that everybody in the world and you have gotten wrong. Exactly what I was saying. それはあなたと世界のみんなが間違えて考えているところだ or 点だ。Come on. それがまさに Oh, まさに is what the paro da. Paro is まさに Okay. あなたと世の中の人たちがよく考えていない点です。It's not よく考えていない。It's 잘못 means mistakenly. 間違えて. It's a bad translation. That's what you and the people in the world are not thinking about. Yes. 우리는 늘 현재의 시간으로부터 벗어나고 있어요. We normally from the present time from the time of present time of the present are leaving it, I guess is what that means. We are always getting out of the current time. Yeah, okay. That's 私たちはいつも現在の時間の方から脱 was it? What was that the word they were using? 脱 something? 抜かれる外れています。
私たちはいつも現在の時間から外れています。
Okay, 外れています。우리는 태어나서 죽을 때까지 일정한 속도로 시간의 차원을 따라 이동하고 있는 겁니다. We are moving, following a time dimension at a standard speed from the time we're born until the time that we die. 私たちは生まれてから死ぬまで一定な速度で、oh my God、一定な速度で、時間の資源 を、追って移動しています。
私たちは生まれて死ぬまで一定のスピードで時間の次元を追って動いているんです。
Okay, I literally nailed that, but it used speedo instead of sokudo, which it could have done. Could have taken the actual Japanese word. We're in a dimension of, we are the dimension of time at certain speed. Oh my God, I'm following you. No, it's all wrong. Sorry. I was right, 100%. 만일 우리가 시장 80km 높이에서 태어난다면 아래로 떨어질 수밖에 없는 것 같습니다. 것과 같은. It's the same as if we were born at a height of 80 kilometers. If we were born there, we would have no option but to drop from there. I think mangir, there's a word like machi in Korean, which means marude. It's as if, and I'm guessing mangir is another way to say it's F is marude. If we are born at a height of 80 kilometers above the ground, what's a grop? We have no choice but to fall down. It's the same as if, and I love how it's like weirdly putting that at the end. Part of the translation is at the end for some reason. 私たちは、地上。地上 is 地上。Okay. 80km の高さで生まれたら下に落ちるしかないのと同じです。하지만 문제가 있어요. However, there's a problem. 공간 속에서는 within space 어느 방향이로나 움직일 수 있지만 시간 속에서는 그렇게 움직일 수가 없는 것이지요. But there's a problem. Within space, we can go in a certain direction. However, within time, we cannot move in that way. だけど問題があります。空間の中ではある方向には、動けるのですが、時間の中では、そうやって動くことができません。Oh, come on. If I could do it quicker, it'd be way cooler.
空間の中ではどの方向にでも動けますが、時間の中ではそんなに動けないということですね。
I missed the Uro Naochimen, which would have been the demo. Yeah, I should have noticed that. 심리학자가 말하자 시간이 흥해가 되고 있다. That's what the psychiatrist said. As soon as he said that, the time traveler retorted. 나도 그 점에 대해 궁금해하다가 위대한 발명을 하게 됐어요. I also was curious about that point and made a great, and it ended up making I made a great discovery because of it. 私もこの点について how do you say 好奇 how do you say 興味があったが I guess 偉大な発明をするようになりました。That's my guess. その点について気になった。
私もその点について気になって偉大な発明をすることになるでした。
Okay. 시간을 이동할 수 없다는 건 큰 착각입니다. Not being able to move in time is a large misconception? 착각? What is 착각? 時間移動できないのは大きな間違いです。
時間を移動できないというのは大きな勘違いです。
勘違いだよ。It's a big illusion that we can't move in. Oh, illusion. Okay. 예를 들어 봅시다. For example, look at this. 例えば見てください. 만일 내가 예전에 이었던 일을 생각하게 기억해내면 그 순간 나는 바로 그 일이 일어난 대로 돌아가게 되는 것입니다. 例えば見てください。私が昔あったことを 思い出して、wait. 생생하게 기억해. What's a good way to say it? It's like clearly or vividly. Let's say 生々的に I don't know. 生々的に、記憶出せば、その瞬間、私がまさにそのことが起こった時に戻ったことになる。Yeah. If I remember something very vividly from the past, it's almost as if I'm there. Something like that. If I vividly remember what happened before, I will go back to that moment when it happened. Yes, okay. Why was UK pretty good? 私が昔あったこと、No, it's not 生き生き. There's no 生き生きとしょうも、whatever, fine. その瞬間、私はまさにそのことを起きた時に戻るようになる。Nailed it? たしまれ。Say it again. 방심 상태가 되어 순간적으로 이동하는 것이죠. What's 방심? I say it again. I don't know. 방심 상태. 상태 is condition. It becomes a condition of 방심. 호신? Maybe? Direction? Like heart direction? I don't know. And I move to that moment in time again. I never read the book. I wonder if it's very different from the movie. 言い換えれば、解放心状態になって一瞬。Yeah, so the final part of this translation is wrong, but if I state it differently, it's like a relaxed state of mind. 解放 is like a released heart. I don't know how to say that. In other words, I'm in a state of care. Okay, I don't know what that means. Anyway, and I move back to that time. 물론 언제든 원하는 만큼 과거에 머물 수는 없지요. Of course, I can't at any time go to anywhere as I want to in the past and stay. もちろんいつでも원하는 만큼 is something 好きなほど I'm gonna say 好きなほど for right now. 過去へ残ることはできない. Can't remain in the past. Of course, you can't stay in the past as long as you want. What was the Japanese? もちろんいつかは欲しがるほど. You can't say no, that's horrible. No. 過去へたまるわけ?
仏論、いつかは欲しがるほど過去に止まるわけにはいかないよ。
Okay, honestly, my translation was better, I feel like. 마치 원시인이나 동물이 2m 높이의 공중에서 계속 머물러 있을 수 없는 것과 마찬가지로요. Oh my god, this is weird. It's as if a caveman, genshijin, or animals that are 2 meters tall. Kongjun, I think, is insects. I think it's insects. Continually stay with them. It's like it's the same as if you couldn't stay with cavemen or 2 meter tall animals or sorry. You couldn't stay with cavemen, with animals, or with 2 meter tall bugs, I guess. Oh no, Kongjung is that dinosaur? No, that's not dinosaur. I think Kongjung is a type of bug. I actually don't know. I'm sorry. You can't stay with them. It's the same as that. But I can't remember what Machan Kajiro Goyo is, so it's good. Did I say it in Japanese? 마루데 겐시진 とか動物とか2メーターの高さの昆虫 No. 昆虫 I don't know what that means. 2 meter tall 昆虫 I don't know what that means. Continually can't say that. Okay. 続けて入れられないのと一緒 or something like that. Machi, oh my god, it doesn't know how to do with machi.
町の原始人や動物が2メートルの高さの空中でずっと止まっていられないのと同じく。
Okay. It's the same that you can't stay in the air. You couldn't stay in the middle of the air 2 meters up. Oh, no. It's like cavemen. Wait, what's one sheen? What was that again? And animals can't stay 2 meters in the air. That's what that is. I completely messed that one up. That's one where I really messed up. Oh, it is cavemen. Yeah. The fact that cavemen or animals can't stay in the air for 2 meters. Okay, I eventually figured it out. 하지만 우리는 현대인들은 공중에 머물 수 있습니다. However, we modern people can stay in the air. I guess he's driving a good point here. ですが or だけど私たちの現在 how do you say this? 現代人は空中に残れる something like that. Can't stay in the air. Yep. I mean, I nailed it. I just don't know what we're doing in Japanese. 現代人は空中に it's 止まる again. Okay, 止まることができます. Okay. 기구를 타고 중력을 거슬러 올라갈 수 있으니까요. Because we can overcome gravity riding an appliance equipment. 기구に乗って引力 is it how do you say it? It's gotta be 引力 I think in Japanese. 引力を something することができるからです。器具に乗って重力を逆らっていけるんです。逆らう。
器具に乗って重力を逆らっていけるんですか？
We can ride. Not a question. Not a question. 그와 마찬가지로 우리는 과거나 미래로 자유롭게 여행할 수 있는 겁니다. With this, 마찬가지로, man, this 마찬가지로 is killing me. 마찬가지로, yeah. It's killing me, man. Likewise. I gotta delete these spaces because I don't trust Machan Kagiro. Actually, Machan Kagiro, if that means likewise, or Kajiro. That's really a cool phrase. Machan Kagiro. Machan, likewise, we can go back in time freely. We can take trips back and forward in time. Wow, that's really cool. Oh my god. There's only 4 of us left. This must be really hard to watch. I apologize. I'm just going to read a few more pages. 아무리 그래도 그건, even if that's the case, that 빌비가 더듬거렸다. I don't know what that means. Philby said, I'm guessing that, I'm going to say stuttered. That was my guess. Educated guess. Or he stopped, something like that. Groped. He groped, guys. I don't know what that means. He groped. 타뒀다. 왜 안 된다고 생각하죠? Why don't you think that's the case? 시간 여행가가 물었다. The time traveler asked. 이치에 맞지 않아요. It doesn't match whatever ichi means. この地に合わない. I don't know what chi means. Oh, that's literally ichi e. I don't know what that means. That's not right. It doesn't fit this. Okay. 필비가 말하자 시간 여행가가 다시 물었다. As Phil began to speak, the time traveler again spoke. Oton ichi. Ichi is a phrase that we need to look up because it's a different thing. What's this that you're talking about? What's ichi? I'm gonna look up ichi in the dictionary. Ichi. Logic. Oh, it's richi in Japanese. Richi. Don't know ichi desu ka? What logic? The logic doesn't match. What logic are you talking about? 검은 것을 하향다고 증명할 수 있을지는 몰라도 결코 oh my god. 날 믿게 할 수는 없을 겁니다. Oh my god, what was this? What is this? 검은 것을 한다고 증명할 수 있을지는 몰라도 even if you won't believe me. Okay. That's too much. It's just, I don't know. There's too many words in a row that I don't know. 증명 is 쇼매. 할 수 있을지는 몰라도. Even if I can prove it, in the end, you won't end up believing me, I think. I don't know if that means. Let me see. Oh, no wonder that's hard. Even if I prove that a black thing is white, in the end, you won't believe me, I think. I don't know if I can prove the black is white. Yeah. Pirbiga. That's kind of an interesting thing to say. Even if I could prove that a black thing is white, you won't believe me. Yeah, because it's like right in front of your eyes, right? Pirbiga. Well, I don't know who said that. I guess. Pirbiga. Either I'm getting tired or it's getting more difficult. pirbi가 고침스럽게 말하자 시간용이가 되겠다. Oh no, so Philby said that. Even if you can prove to me, even if I could prove to I think he said that. Not sure who said it. Yeah, because Philby was getting ready to speak again, whatever 고집스럽게 means. 고집스럽게. The time traveler retorted back or answered back as he tried to speak. When Philby said stubbornly, he went back. Okay, so he did say it. So he said, it's weird that I didn't see colors at all when I read that. 검은 것을 하얗다고. I should have known that. Like now that I know it, now that I saw it, I just wasn't thinking colors were going to come up, so my brain wasn't ready for it. 증명할 수 있을지는 몰라도. Even if you could prove to me that, even if you might be able to prove that black is white, but in the end, 날 믿게 할 수는 없을 겁니다. Anyway, it was a cool line. I just don't know who it's referring to. 그렇겠지요. Of course, that's the case. 소되쇼. 하지만 당신은 내가 왜 4차원 기하학을 연구해 왔는지 이제 알게 되었을 거예요. That might be the case, but you'll know why I began studying fourth dimension, researching fourth dimension geometry up to this point right away. You'll know soon. だけどあなたは私がなんで 4次元幾何学を研究してきたか、すぐわかるようになります。I guess so. I don't know why I'm going. This is so horrible. No, that's a horrible That's not. It's all messed up. Here, let's copy it instead. Bring it into Google. Did I go to the next page? No, wait. What? Oh my God! Did I just jump? Oh, I jumped super far ahead. Shoot! What page was I on? There it is. Okay. And let's clean up this. You'll know why I've been studying the fourth dimension. Yes, soon you'll know. Okay, yep. Good. Where am I? Okay. Ore. What does ore mean? Ore 전부터 ore. Oh, a long time ago. ore 전부터 나는 한 가지 기계를 만들어야겠다고 생각해왔습니다. From a long time ago, I've thought that I need to make one type of machine. 昔から私がある機械を作らなきゃいけないと思ってきました。For I think I'm making one machine. Yes. Japanese. ずいぶん前から私は一つの機械を作らなければならないと思ってきました。그 기계란 바로 This machine is 시간 여행을 할 수 있는 기계로군요. It's a machine that can do time travel. 정년 외쳤다. I think it means he screamed. 정년이 외쳤다.叫んだ. Yes. 青年が叫んだ.
青年が叫んだ.
전전하는 사람이 원하는 대로 공간과 시간을 자유롭게 이동할 수 있는 기계죠. It's a machine that, what was that? 조정하는 사람이. I forgot what 조정 means. I feel like I looked at it up once. Anyway, it allows us to freely travel between time and space. A machine that can do that. As much as you want. 초정. What? I feel like I should know this. I think we looked it up earlier. Let me think. 초정. I don't know. Nope, no idea.
操縦する人が望むように空間と時間を自由に動ける機械です。どちらがおしろしいですか?
Why does it keep asking this final question? It's completely wrong. It's never in the translation, but it keeps asking that. It's so weird. So 조정하는 사람 is the person who's driving it. So 소주する人, wherever the driver wants to go, it can go. Okay. 시간 여행가가 말하자 필비가 어이없다고 듣 웃음을 터뜨렸다. As the time traveler said this, Philby, hopelessly, as if it was hopeless, bursted in laughter. Time traveler가 이때 쓰고, I guess it, しょうがなく? しょうがないような, I don't even know. I don't know how to say. 터뜨렸다, I think it means exploded or popped or something like that. 타임 트라벨러가言うとフィルビがなんととんでもない、어이없다는, okay, とんでもないみたいに爆笑する. 터뜨렸다 is laughed. 웃음을 터뜨렸다 is爆笑する. Okay. Good. When the time traveler speaks, Philby bursts into laughter as ridiculous. That's what the dude's doing. As if. Yes. Uriana says George had an amazing level of exhaustion threshold. Does he not? Has an amazing level of exhaustion threshold. It's language. I love language, so I can go hardcore. I'm trying to get to the end of a chapter. I don't even know if what's coming up. Holy moly, it's not coming up. Let me get to page 20 and then I'll stop. I actually just want to know how the story's gonna go, man. I've tried reading this book like so many years ago. My just Korean level was not as good. It got better somehow. I don't know. 구로자 시간 여행가가 자신 있게 말했다. Then the time traveler said with confidence. I think I'll just start reading into the English. Forget the Japanese for a bit. If I can do the Japanese, I will. Time traveler가 지신 못대 샤베리마시다. We'll go a little bit. We'll go a little bit faster. I won't look up everything. 실험을 통해서 나는 그것을 증명했어요. I think 증명 is証明できた. Yeah, I was able to prove it. I was able to prove those things through experiments. 시간 yeah, 통해서 means through these experiments. 그렇다면 역사가들에겐 아주 편리하겠군요. 옛날 시대로 돌아가서 그때의 기록을 정확한지 확인해 볼 수 있을 테니까요. If that's the case, then historians, it would be very good for them. It'd be very easy for them. 楽になるでしょう. 昔の時代に戻って you can go back to an older period and 記録 is record. And you record exactly what happened and check the things. So it would be very good for historians. I don't know who said that, if it was him or someone else. 심리학자가 말을 하자. Yeah, actually the psychiatrist said it. 의사가 코드를 하고 나섰다. I don't know what that means. So the psychiatrist, as he said that, the doctor 코드를 나섰다. I have no idea what that means. I'm gonna look it up. When the psychologist, not psychiatrist, spoke, the doctor stepped forward. 코드를 나섰다. 당신을 사람들에게 미움을 받을 겁니다. 우리 조상들은 시대를 고스란히 운동한 곳에 온 사람을 그다지 너그럽게 대하지는 되니까요. Okay, is he? What's mium? That's miong? No. You receive from people whatever mium means. 조상. I'm too tired. Now I'm getting tired, so I'm gonna just take this whole thing. Okay. One more final guess. 엉뚱한 곳 is like a fairy tale place, I think. I don't know. 거슬러. I saw that 거슬러 earlier and I don't remember. You will be hated by people our ancestors disowned the times and treated the people who came to the wrong. I don't know what that means. Let's copy. See if Google can't do it better. Going back in time, our ancestors were treated who came to the wrong place very late. Oh, they won't treat people very well by going back in time. Something like that. Okay. Homeros sounds like the name of Homeros. It's some name of older people. 플라톤에게서 직접 그리스 말을 배울 수도 있겠군요. Oh, that must be the name of like a famous philosopher. Homeros? Or I wonder if Platon is Plato or something like that. Directly, whoever Greece. Oh, Greece. Greece mal in Grecian. You could learn you could learn Greek directly from Homeros or Platon, whoever that is. Homeros or Platon. Who are those people? You can also learn Greek directly. Okay. 청년이 말하자 의사가 되겠다. If when the young man said that, the doctor answered, 그 사람들에게 배우면 대학 졸업 예비 시험에 떨어질 거예요. If you learn from those people, you will fail. You will fail the graduation test. I don't know what 예비 means. Pre-test? People who study from them directly. If you study from those people directly, I mean. 그 이후에 독일 학자들이 그리스말을 완전히 바꿔버렸으니까. Because after that, German scientists completely changed the Greece language. I'm not sure what 예비 means. I know 예비 is like pre-test. I think it's pre, I mean. If you learn from them, you'll fail the college graduation exam. It was a graduation exam. 졸업, yeah. Since then, German scholars have completely changed the Greek language. Okay, interesting. The young man spoke again. 청년이 다시 말했다. 그걸 타고 미래라도 갈 수 있는 거죠. Riding on that, 소리に乗って, I don't know how to say that in Japanese. 미래로도, you could also go to the future, yeah? 내가 좋은 생각이 있어요. I have a good idea. Oh, I think he's gonna try to get him to prove it, if I remember from the movie. 가진 돈을 모두 조금 한 뒤에 미래로 가서 늘어난 이자를 받는 겁니다. You take all of the money that you have, 모든 조금, I don't know what 조금 means, 한 뒤에 미래로, you go to the future, and 늘어난 이자를, and you receive something. No idea, bro. You can ride, 그걸 타고, oh my god, ride it, you can ride that, yeah, that machine that he's talking about. Okay. I have a good thought. I'm afraid to receive this person who has increased by going to the future and save all the money I have. That makes no sense. That's a horrible translation. That was what was probably in my head as well. それに乗って未来にも行けるんですよね。私いい考えがです。持っているお金を、全部提金した後、未来行って、you get like the money that you've put into savings and it will have built up, I guess. 거기가 공산주의 사회일 수도 있잖아요. 거기가 공산주의. What's 공산? 사회일. 사회 is society. 수도 있잖아요. I have no idea. If you say like 컴패키주의, it's like saying perfectionist. So this is like capitalist. 공산? Oh no, communism. That's got to be communism. That could be communism. That's my guess. Oh my god, that's totally not. I don't know. That made it a name or something like that. Gongsan state. Dude, I don't know. I think Google's getting tired. I'm getting tired. I don't think I can go 3 more pages. I'm gonna leave here. I'm gonna stop here. I'm too tired. George had an amazing level of exhaustion. Yes, absolutely. It's a common requisite when learning languages. Yeah, man. Oh my god. Gongsanju의. I think Gongsan is like, Gong is like public and San is is it communism in Japanese? I don't remember. Let me look this up. How do you say, Alexa, how do you say communism in Korean? 공산주의?
Communism Communism in Korean is
공산.
공산주의.
공산주의. Communism, baby. 공산주의. What is it? It's 교산주의 in Japanese. 교산주의. Alexa, how do you say communism in Japanese? Alexa, how do you say communism in Japanese?
Communism in Japanese is 교산주의.
Nailed it. Common commenter, my best book is book 5. You know that, right? I don't know if you know that. You still here, Uyana? Oh my God, I haven't written in so long. Oh, the last thing I wrote was my third-ish novel. I say third-ish because it's not exactly set in stone. I wrote it on the airplane. Where is it? It's notes. Oh no, it's not notes. It's on Google Translate. I mean Google Docs. I feel like I read it the other day. I think I renamed it to, yeah, it's called Coffee Doesn't Watch When Boiled. That's the current working title. I'm gonna read it again, for anyone who cares. It's only, I think, 6 pages, so let's see if it's been about 2 weeks since I looked at it. Okay, so it's called Coffee Boils or Coffee Doesn't Watch When Boiled. I'm not exactly sure. Or Coffee Watches When Being Boiled or something like that. I don't know. Her words hurt more than the ones my father said in between blowing his nose and wiping tears from his eyes. Until then, I hadn't ever seen him cry. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Jimmy, your mother's leaving." I didn't understand and naively reassured him it would probably be less than an hour back and forth to Walmart. He stopped crying briefly, seemingly realizing 14-year-old me was too young, innocent, or dumb to know what leaving meant. His face was now soaked in tears. His fists clenched, that I now know was not in anger but in anguish. He pursed his lips in a tight, upside-down smile and swallowed hard. "Mom and I are splitting up, Jimmy. Divorcing. You know what that means, Jimmy?" I knew what divorce was. Last year, 2 of the kids' parents in my class had divorced. I'm not sure what happened to the one that moved away, but the one that stayed with his dad was missing from school for nearly a month. When he came back, he wasn't the same. His clothes were dirty and his hair unkempt. He went from sitting in front of the class, energetically raising his hand to answer questions, any question by the teacher, to sitting in the back, hiding in his hoodie, disinterestedly leaning his head against his fist. Selfishly, I wondered what was going to happen to me. My dad sucked in air, the way you do when catching your breath in the middle of crying, and said, "Sorry, Jimmy. It's all my fault." Mom and Dad had been fighting ever since Halloween, but I didn't know about what. The fights had gotten progressively louder, and each time I shut myself in my room and played random games on the old PS2 my dad had handed down to me. We weren't well off enough to have a PC in my room or a PS4 like most of my friends had. I stared at my dad, beginning to grasp the weight of the moment. I wouldn't be going with my mom, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. I called her mom because she was the only mother I knew, but she wasn't my birth mother. A fact that my father had only explained to me a few months prior on my 14th birthday. My father struggled to speak. "She's leaving tonight. She won't be coming back." Even with everything that happened after, the finality of his words in this moment pierced like a hornet's stinger. Now, 10 years later, the hornet has stung again. I looked at the text sent from Molly 5 minutes ago, spelled out without capitalization. "You aren't going anywhere, and you seem to be content doing nothing in the middle of this nowhere city, but I have dreams, and I need someone on my level. I'm blocking you because my decision is final, and it hurts too much to talk about it. I wish you well, and thank you for the 2 years we spent together. Goodbye." I hadn't seen this coming, and frankly, I'm dumbfounded. Unlike my father and his ex-wife, Molly and I hadn't been fighting. Just last week, I listened to her talk about her goals and dreams as she pinned new things onto her dream board. She offered to buy me my own, but I was too embarrassed to take her up on the offer. I told her I would get one soon. She smiled and gave me one of those smiles a mother gives her 5-year-old who says he's going to be the president one day. It's true that I didn't talk about my dreams, but it wasn't as if I didn't have any. One day I would travel and one day I would live in my own place, but now those dreams are fantasies. Now those dreams and fantasies are on hold. The job at Norman Park's only coffee shop job was only temporary, if you can call 3 years temporary. There weren't many options for work in this podunk Georgia town. I should say in this southern Georgia town instead. Even if I had moved to Tallahassee just 90 minutes away, a subpar high school graduate like me would probably still just be grinding beans in a coffee shop. In-state tuition at Black Hills Public College was only $9,000 a year, but it might as well have been $1 million to me. My earnings at the coffee shop were keeping the house from foreclosure while my father fought his losing case against the trailer company that abruptly fired him after 30 loyal years. He was certain he would win, but the lawyer working on contingency told him it might take years to work its way through the courts. The only thing worth living for had been Molly, but now she's gone. The birth mother I never knew, and the woman who played the role of my mother, a trio of women who each, for their own reasons, no longer wanted to be a part of my life. And why would they? What redeeming qualities do I even have? Is talking too much something girls get hot over? Or something a mother would be proud to tell her friends in church? Would anyone ever say the words, "I'm so proud of my son working at the Norman Park Brew Shop without a college degree and no foreseeable future"? The old cowbell hanging on the door handle clanked as a happy-looking couple bounced in, laughing as if everything in their life were perfect. I set my phone with its cracked face down on the counter, sucked in a breath as I wiped the tears that had been welling up in my eyes with the palm of my hands, and cheerfully greeted the people. "Welcome in," greeted the couple. "Welcome in." The man was my age. He felt out of place in Norman Park. A gold Rolex that was probably worth more than I made in a year sparkled from underneath a two-tone leather jacket. The girl on his arm looked like last year's Miss Georgia. I tried not to stare at her cleavage, but I must have stared a little bit longer than customary. The man took off his glasses and with an overly excited voice yelled at me. "Hey, oh my God, I can't believe it." I stepped back a step and apologized. "I'm sorry, Jimmy, right?" he said now with a smile bursting from his face. Yeah? I don't forget faces, but I don't think I know who this guy is. He seems genuinely happy to see me. I looked down to see I wasn't wearing my name tag. "It's me, Trevor, from 8th grade. This can't be Trevor. He was one of the chubby kids. Now he was some Adonis with slick back hair and a body that could have been used to model the Ken Barbie. 8th grade. Now with the proper context, I knew exactly who he was. From Miss Fulton's class? You had the blue JanSport with the red zippers. You left after your parents' divorce, I remember." "Of course you remember. You remember everything," he smiled, revealing a perfect set of teeth. I did remember pretty much everything, but it wasn't a blessing. It was a curse. I remember the hurtful words of my father's ex-wife, my mom, the ones she had said to me when she left. And I remember every word of Molly's final text. "Holy moly, Jimmy. I'm sorry I didn't keep in contact. Things got pretty dark after my dad left, but hey man, it's fate. It's fate meeting you here in the first place after coming back." "It's okay. Divorce hits hard when you're that age." My stomach began to rumble like it always did when I got anxious. "This is Liz, my fiance. I met her at Penn State. She wanted to see where I grew up before we tied the knot next month." Liz extended her hand for a handshake. Her nails were bedazzled with small diamonds, and each painted with different brilliant shades of red. I had never been attracted to blondes, but Liz was the most perfect blonde I had ever seen. Not just in Norman Park, but even Tifton, which is about as far away as I had been in the last 10 years. She might as well have crawled out of a beauty pageant on TV. The only difference was TV didn't have an intoxicating perfume that seemed to blend perfectly with the permanent coffee smell of the shop. She was a welcome sight. I mostly saw regulars in their 40s and 60s and occasional truck drivers coming in for a cleaner bathroom and better coffee from the station next door. Liz extended her hand and I shook it. Oh wait, I already had that. Liz extended her hand up top. I'll have to fix that. Her hand was soft like Molly's was. "I hope you have a lot of fun stories about Trevor. He tells me there's nothing to tell, But I'm sure he's hiding some dark secrets. She smiled, revealing another set of diamonds on her left cuspid. Her voice sounded like she was from the West Coast. I'm guessing California. I've never seen jewelry on teeth, but it suited her, matching her aesthetic perfectly. I do remember the time Trevor got revenge on one of the bullies on the bus. Liz's face lit up when I said this. Trevor and I were more like acquaintances than friends, but we rode the same bus from fourth grade until he abruptly left. Oh, please tell. Oh, actually, it's 8th grade. He left in 8th grade. I gotta fix that. Oh, please tell. Actually, I'm gonna fix that right now so I don't forget. Oh no, from 4th grade, so it's fine. Until he abruptly left, so it's 4 years. Okay. Oh, please tell. Trevor smiled and shook his head in coy embarrassment. The cowbell clanked again. The group of 5 older women that regularly came in to drink coffee and gossip walked in laughing jovially. The woman in the front yelled at me as she entered, "Hey Jimmy, give us the usual." The usual was 3 cafe lattes, 1 hot, 2 cold, a black coffee with 2 creams on the side, and 1 hot Earl Grey with a single pack of white sugar. What was the use of having an eidetic memory if I was wasting it on old ladies' coffee orders? Sorry, Trevor, I've got to get these orders. Get to these orders or the women will get feisty. But let me get your order first. Trevor nodded, then looked down at the menu, taped to the counter. His goddess of a fiancée, Liz, still had a look of anticipation on her face. She said, "I want to hear that story, Jimmy, and of course others if you've got them." The bell on the door clanged again, and a couple I hadn't seen before walked in. I hoped it wasn't another successful classmate from 8th grade reminding me of how much I hadn't progressed in my life. I looked back to Liz and said, "I'm sure, are you guys in town for long?" Trevor, still looking at the menu, said, "No, just one night, but let's hang out at Skyland and catch up after you're done working." I got bad news, Trevor. Skyland closed 3 years ago during the pandemic. No one was going to arcades much even before the pandemic, but the lockdowns and months of people afraid to go anywhere was the nail in the coffin, I guess. Trevor's mouth opened and he jutted his head forward. "No way! Skyland was my home away from home. How about we grab a pizza at Metro's then? Don't tell me that's gone too." Metro was okay during the pandemic since they could deliver. "Ah, yeah, that makes sense. And I'll take a medium mint tea cold." I rang up his order along with a cafe latte for Liz. "We close at 8 if that isn't too late." Liz answered for Trevor. "It's perfect. I hope you remember more stories than just the bus bully." Before I could answer, Trevor did. "Oh, he remembers. Trust me. I bet he still remembers his locker combination." I did. It was 14 left, 36 right, 34 left. "I'll see you at Metro's later then," I told them both. The rest of my shift was much like the last 300 shifts, but in my head something had changed. Seeing Trevor's transformation from chubby 8th grader to gold Rolex leather jacket man with a princess fiancée shone a bright light on my own life, and I didn't like the shadows it was casting. I began to feel shame mixed with anger. Trevor wasn't much different from me in 8th grade, but somehow he escaped to a better place. The last trucker left with a large black coffee, and just 2 minutes before, the manager, who finally decided to show up from the back, flipped the switch to the off position on the neon open sign. In the parking lot, 2 spots away from my faded Ford F-150, sat a car type I had never seen before. I'm not a car guy, but no one beats me in the car make and model naming game. You could tell by the shape of the lights, the grill mesh style, and the transition between the front and back doors. There weren't many cars with dual round taillights like this one. Its dual exhaust calmly pushed out a white steam in the cold air of the finally cooler nights of November. It was a Nissan GTR according to the emblem. I wouldn't forget it. I could see Liz's blonde hair through the back window as I approached it. Trevor was banging his head to the bass sounds emitting from the entire car. He looked so happy. Moments later, we were heading north on the 319 towards the Metro Pizza. I had no idea how important the next decision I made would be. And now, 1 year later, I'm sitting at a table at the brew shop looking at a box for Japan with my name on it. I wasn't ready for what was inside. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, that's good. I actually have normally when I read my stuff, I find a lot of flaws, except for those small errors. This is a flawless story transition for me. Like, I really like this story. This is my one story that's not going to be sci-fi. It's like in the modern times too. I gotta write more on that one. The debate is, should I finish I gotta finish my other one first. That's a good start. I don't have to make changes. Like, I mean, in other words, that sets up the story that I know that I've already written in my head, the general direction, and it ends on a kind of a nice cliffhanger before the second chapter. So that'll be the end of the first chapter. I got to go back to my sci-fi novel, and I wonder if that's a problem too. Like, my first novel is sci-fi. The second one, which is in the same world, is a crime novel, and this third one's like a human drama novel. And then if I do the fourth one, Ulyana's involved in that one. That one is a spy novel. So like they're all completely different. I think I can do them, to be fair. I mean, I don't want to be, you know, stuck in one genre if I ever got famous for novels. That's just me. That's my goal though. Get famous in novels. Screw these textbooks, guys. I've already made my mark in textbooks. I need to make my mark in novels. I'm really happy with that first chapter. God, I love that first chapter. It sets me up to want to know what's going to happen next. It's a really good first chapter, I feel. If I read that, I would want to know, wait, you got a box from Japan and you don't know what's in it? Oh. Oh. I don't know what else to say. It's been a long time since I did a live stream. It does exhaust me to read that much Korean. 15 pages. How many pages are in that book, I wonder? I'd look, but it's been torn apart. That book doesn't exist anymore. I actually have to look on the iPad. Just curious how many pages there are. Let's see here. There are, on page 18, there's like 225 pages. Oh, that's good. I'm already like 2%, 3% through the book. $19 of 226. I don't know. What is that? That's 10%. I'm about 10% done. Check this out. I got the Japanese Aladdin soundtrack last time I was in Japan. I forgot I had this. And then I went through my luggage. I also have TED 2 in Japanese. I think I have TED 2 and TED 1 on DVD, I think. Is it DVD or... Oh, it's Blu-ray. Nice. Very nice. What else do I got? The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, also. Also Blu-ray. Nice. I've been collecting Blu-rays recently, so I'm very nice to hear that it's Blu-ray. What's up, TV? What's up with you guys? Oh, I lost my glasses. Hang on. Oh my God. Whew. I just been scanning books. So I take the book, right, and I split it into, essentially I put it back into paper. So this book is completely just paper. And then I scan 150th pages at a time and put it together. So a bunch of reference books for sure. So far I've done like 109 of my books. I'm really a craftsman, man. Like I've gotten good, like I take the book, right? And I have this this right here. Can you see it? Like my heat gun. So like I, right? Then I rip it apart. Then the remaining thing I again, it again until it gets really hot. And and then I take I still can't remember what it's called, but like a scraper thing, and I go, then I scrape glue off, then I heat it up again, then I scrape the remaining glue off, and then I do this, and it splits off into like chunks of like books. It turns out are not just raw paper put together. It's like folds of paper put together. So it's like a good fold with like maybe 20 pages each. And it's just like, if you do this enough, if you get majority of the glue off, you can just go like this, and then they fall apart. And then just like, I peel them off and lay them down, and then they dry they dry really quick, so the glue doesn't stick to itself. And then I have those disparate parts, and then I take each one of those like sections of paper, and then I put it through my cutter, and I go flip like a true craftsman, you know. And then once I have just the paper, then later on I'll feed it. Like I can only do 150 max through this scanner, this high-speed scanner, and then I put it together in Adobe Acrobat, and then I upload it to my iPad. So it's really cool. I really enjoy doing it. I think if I was an actual like physical office, like a labor kind of a person, I'd really enjoy it, because you do your work and you go home. The only thing I'm really worried about is when I'm heating up that glue, I feel like I'm probably gonna get cancer. You know. And also I've learned that each country has different types of glue. Like American glue is lower quality, and it's super sticky. Like when I pull it off of the book, and then normally with the Japanese glue, it's like this whiter glue, right? So I take it off, and when I slap it down on the paper, it dries in that particular moment. And when I pull my scraper thing off, the glue just like seamlessly comes off, right? But the American glue gets really stringy. So when I take it off, it's like, and it's like, I have to wait, and then I have to peel it off by hand. It's either a higher quality glue or a lesser quality glue. I can't tell, but my instinct thinks that it's probably a lesser quality glue, because it's America, right? And Japanese and Korean books are like so high level compared. Like every Japanese book has an additional piece of paper on the outer edge that holds the book together better. American books can fall apart a lot. American books, they just put more glue on it. Japanese puts this protective liner paper on each side, which is actually a pain in the ass. I have to like cut that as well. The glue, there's no smell on the glue, to be fair. There's no smell. My wife says there's a smell. I don't notice it at all. I think she's just imagining it, to be fair, because I don't notice it at all. Like I have a air purifier going during the time, and I have my window open, which, by the way, until this office flooded, I had no ability to open up the window. The way the TV was, so this is a TV, right? The TV was like more over here, and it was like right in front of the window. So if I wanted to open the window, I had to like do this weird, and I couldn't do it. I was too far to reach. But now I can just like go boop, boop. It's kind of nice. I just open up the window as I'm doing that. But King Queen Kemi TV, I don't think I've ever seen you before. I think you're new. Silly Fella, I think you're also new too. I don't remember that name at all. Welcome. I'm already done reading, by the way. I was reading Time Machine in Korean. Maybe I'll give myself about a C in level of reading, and translation wise, maybe a C plus to a B minus. I'll give myself. Sometimes I was nailing it, so feel pretty good. What have you guys been up to? Damn it. Give me a second. I gotta get more ice. I'll be right back. Well, look at that. No one left. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm guessing the piano music is really relaxing. I have this really cool, cute refrigerator in this room now. It can only hold like 6 cans, but it's awesome. It's like $24 at Sam's. It's like powered with USB or something like that. It's pretty sweet. And it has a car adapter too. So you can travel with it in your car if you wanted to on like a trip. Oh my God, now I gotta go pee. King Queen Kemi says, I'm new, loving the Japanese from Zero books. I'm glad you love them. Silly Fella says, I've been watching your stuff since about 2016. I have a bad habit of forgetting passwords, lol. and a bad habit of missing live streams and rarely commenting. Well, that sucks for me. Like, what if we would have become like best friends, you know? I talked about this in a live stream the other day, but I made a friend at Lowe's when I was buying a light bulb. I don't think he's responding. I think that was a short-lived friendship. My favorite shirt didn't help me. Where's this guy? Actually, I already forgot his name. Rob. Oh, he did respond. I generally don't answer on my bench. There are two. Oh, it's too late for me. I don't want to send it to him now. He might not have his phone. I do need to like take the first step with this guy. I know it sounds like I'm dating him or something like that. I'm definitely not, but I do need actual friends that I can do things with. Because currently my only friend in Las Vegas is John. My actual official friend is John, and John lives hella across town, like 40 minutes away, and he has no car. So if we want to do anything, I got to go all the way across town, get him. Like, for example, right now my rental, my furnished rental is open, and it's like a beautiful house. It's got a big TV, a beautiful couch to sit on and watch, like, and an amazing sound system. So we go there to watch movies. You know, it's like a movie theater, a personal movie theater. And now that I've been collecting Blu-rays, I bought a bunch of like classic movies that I want to watch again. Like I want to do Ghostbuster trio, like all three Ghostbusters movies, 1, 2, and there's a new one that I didn't even know about, not the girl one, but a new one with where Bill Murray comes back. I want to watch those. The only guy that'll watch those with me is John, you know. But I got to take him all the way here. Now, typically, what we'll do is he'll come all the way here, and I'll let him spend the night. He'll just spend the night in the house, and he doesn't even have a hot water heater right now at his place, so he'll be able to get a hot shower for the first time in a long time. Anywho, this guy on the other side of town, maybe we could like hang out, you know, say, hey, you want to watch a movie, man, or something? You know, she'll get coffee, but I got to make sure he doesn't think I'm gay. Because if he's gay, I don't want to like send that signal. I don't think he is. I have a feeling he's like divorced or something like that, but he seems like a really cool guy. So it'd be nice to have another friend. Nick, my other friend, who is one of my weirdest friends. It's one of my most unique friendships. It's a very unique friendship for me. I can't explain our friendship because he's pretty young. He's 20 something, I think. I'm double his age, right? Like I have a friendship with Mike, who's 30 now, but Mike and me get along in a really cool way. Like I love Mike. Like Mike's such a fun guy to talk to. Nick is different. He's just different kind of a guy, right? I can't explain it. Like he's super smart, but super naive at the same time. So like, if Nick's watching, I apologize, but this is Nick in terms of social things. I'm way up here, but he's got very other smarts that either match mine or definitely surpass, because he's got like a master's degree. I never went to college. I didn't do that. But sometimes he'll say things that are super naive, and I'm like, whoa, how do you not know that? That's because he grew up super sheltered. Like he grew up in like the rich part of California. I can't remember the area anymore, but super rich area. So he's been sheltered. He's been in his little bubble, you know? I think he's definitely changing. I can see him getting like, he's a real smart guy. I think he's going to definitely like, he'll be a millionaire. He'll be one of those guys I know that's like a millionaire, billionaire type of a guy. He's a truly good guy. He's going to be moving back to Vegas, hopefully in May. He was the one guy I ever exercised with, like regularly. My other friend, Kathy, we're no longer friends. I officially broke it off. We were friends. We had a fight last year. It was a bad one. It started out so stupid, such a stupid fight. But then I got really angry. And then that made her really angry. I said some things that I didn't like. I shouldn't have said them, but I was angry. I was super angry at her. And then she couldn't recover it when I said, hey, man, I'm sorry. It was just a moment of anger. It hurt her more than it should. Probably, I think more than it should have, but it hurt her nonetheless. But then I invited her out for lunch. I know I said this the other day on my live stream, so you might have already heard this, but I invited her out to lunch or something like that. And she forgot about it, which was like huge. Like, how do you forget about lunch? Like we've never forgot. In 10 years of being friends, we never thought we were going to hang out. Forget that we were going to hang out. And she forgot. And I was like, hey man, I'm going to be over in about 30 minutes. She goes, oh my God, I totally forgot. I can't do it today. I'm like, oh, okay, well, let me know when you have time, and I'll reschedule. She never got back to me. And then I said some things to her after that, like, hey man, what's up? And I tried to establish my, extroverted conversation, and there was like You know how you have a conversation where the person doesn't give a shit or they're not involved? Like, oh, that's cool. Oh, great. I'm saying what I think are very emotional, big things. She's like, cool, cool, cool. Like she doesn't care. And I just thought, oh, she's not over that fight. So I said, hey, man, it's been a year now. I'm guessing you're not over this thing and I don't think you'll ever get over it. So how about, I think essentially I just said, how about we just officially end it? And there was no fight back to that. We've been like literally best friends for 10 years. Like I called her my sister in Korea. She called me her brother in Korea. We went to Japan together. We sat in this beautiful restaurant overlooking a river in Kyoto, and we were drinking. I don't drink, but she got champagne and I was drinking with her, and we were crying about our mothers, and like we were just having like this real super good connection. And she's the only person I've ever connected it with, like when we're talking about financial things or business things. I don't know anybody I don't have a lot of friends that are financially my level. It sounds weird, but she's my level of finances. Do you know what I mean? A lot of people that I know, you know, they're living in an apartment or they have to do a job. She has her own business. She works her own hours like I work my own hours. So she has her own house. I have my own house. Her house is worth what all three of my houses are worth, you know, combined. So, or maybe not, that's maybe not exactly true, but it's worth a lot. It's close though. My point being, she can travel. Like, hey, do you want to just go to Korea this summer? I was like, yeah, she could go. None of my other friends can do that. Like, look, John doesn't even have a car, right? Nick is still too young to have any of that. He just got married. So she was a kind of a perfect friend for me in many ways, but except for the, you know, fact that she can't get over this fight. So it's unfortunate, but I'm over it, but she's not, and that's her personality to not get over it. So maybe in 5 years, 10 years, we'll be there. You passed the Korean exam? What? TB, how to be friendly, but not too friendly and be confused for gay. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I don't want to be, like I very early on, the very first or so things that I sent to him, oh, my wife, this or that, to just to let him know, hey, I got a wife. Because I wouldn't want him to think, I don't think I'm like a guy that you would look at and go, if you're gay, I don't think there's any gay guy out there that would go, yeah, that's the man. I don't think that at all. But what if you're a gay guy and it's been hit and miss and you haven't met anybody and all of a sudden you're talking to this really friendly guy at Lowe's and you're like, no, this guy seems cool. You know what? Let me give you my number. I wouldn't want him to think I'm gay. So I made sure he knew I had a wife. I don't think he's gay though, to be fair. But I did get this like vibe that maybe he was married, probably has children and is now divorced. That's my guess, but we didn't get that far in the discussion. If I ever meet him, say, hey man, you want to grab a pizza somewhere or something like that? You know? I don't know. It's weird. I haven't made a friend like that in a long time. Silly fella says, I had an old coworker that's the same age as my dad who turned out to be very interested in me. He wasn't a bad guy or anything, but I'm just not gay, and it was less than half his age. LOL. Yeah. I remember a gay kid used to like me in high school, and I thought that was awesome. I was just happy someone liked me. He was just disgusting. Like if he was a more handsome guy, you never know. I could have flipped. You never know. Like he was just like, ugh. Can't I get like an actual cool guy like me? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. Honestly, at that age, you could flip. Like I feel like I could have flipped. Honestly, I've always said I'm 7% gay. It's always my joke, you know. But when I was younger, I think it was a much easier transition to go gay because I hadn't really had girl experience. So, you know, I think here's the weird thing. I think honestly, I don't know if it's weird or if it's possible, and maybe some of you, there's not a lot of us watching, but I think it's possible that before you have your first experience, it's possible your first experience can shape. It's like this. It's like this. Have you ever had a girl say that she likes you that you never thought of? Like you never thought you would ever think about that girl ever. And she says, I like you. And you go, oh. You look at her and go, you know what? Okay, no, I see it. Yeah, you're cute. All right, no. And then you're dating for like 6-7 months. She's like, why do you like me? The answer is because you like me. That's why I like you. And that's how it started. That's probably how it is. If someone likes you, it's easy to like them back. So let's say you're like 12, 13, 14, and a guy is interested in you and you don't have a girlfriend and he's cute, good looking guy, and you bond somehow. And then you experiment. I don't know. I feel like you could become gay. I really feel like it's possible. Okay. I don't know if that's true for everybody, but if you're on the borderline, yeah, maybe you become gay. I don't know. I don't think that you turn gay. I think you can awaken both. And then just like, you know, they say that when you pet a cat, okay, certain hormones come out in you and certain hormones come out in the cat and it bonds you. Maybe those certain hormones shape you, right? Just a thought, just a thought. I have no way to prove it or think about it, but I wonder, you know. Yes, you like those who like you. Yeah. That's why I like you, Uliana, because you like me. You like me too much, but Uliana, by the way, Uliana and I talk every now and then. She's always sending voice messages with a very, very Russian accent, which is really cool. But her English is like amazing, right? But with a very Russian accent. Sometimes certain words will be like perfect English within that Russian accent. It's really weird. But Uliana out of, and I consider, by the way, Uliana, I actually consider you a friend, even though we've never met. Like, cause I'm gonna meet you. I already told my wife we're going to Spain. You're gonna meet my wife. I'm really looking forward to that more than anything. I have a friend in the Netherlands, Mark, that I like to meet too, forever. I never met him, but I've known that guy for like 10 years now. Love Mark, but I really want to meet you. But anyway, Uliana does this thing that no one of my friends ever do, but that I really appreciate and need as a human being, because it's my love language, if that's such a thing. She compliments me. She praises me all the time. So much that I don't feel it's always deserved, but man, do I appreciate it. Like, I love it. I really do. Like, my heart warms, and I appreciate that, Uliana. I have a feeling you do that with everybody, so it lessens it a little bit in my head. But even if that's the case, it still hits me in a good way. It's like this one time when my daughter was like 2 or 3, I can't remember. She was learning to potty train. So we were always like telling her, oh, you did a good job. Oh, good girl. When she peed, right? And one day I was peeing. I was just peeing there. And she came in, I had the door open, and she came right in and goes, Joseph, so good. And I was like, it was funny, but I felt so good inside at that compliment, even though, because I know she meant it, right? And even though I know she's just repeating what we do to her, that is a warm memory in my heart, like almost 23 years later. Like I'm like, that is a great memory. That's what Uliana does for me that John never does. Kathy would compliment me, but in a different way. It's a different style that she would compliment me. We were more, yeah, it's a different style, but not the same as Uliana. Uliana purely, without expecting anything back, does those compliments, and I love it. So I appreciate that. George confessing to chat. No, I'm not gay. Definitely not gay. I love the women. But I can appreciate a handsome man. I'm not like one of those guys. I'm like, let's say I'm at a bar and this cute girl's talking to me and I find out she's a man. I'm not like one of those guys who'd be like, screw you, and then punch her in the face. Like, oh, you're a guy. Wow, I did not know. And I would just keep talking. You know what I mean? A trap, as they call them, right? By the way, I only learned that word when I started talking about that 7% gay thing. And someone's like, George likes traps. I'm like, what's a trap? And I was like, oh yeah, probably that is true. But they have to be Asian traps and they have to look damn like a girl. Like, I swear to God. There can't be any like, this voice I hear? No. I cannot handle that gay voice. Oh my God. The way a guy that's trying to sound like a girl sounds when they haven't had like proper hormone treatment, that voice, I can't get past. I just can't. And also, and I apologize. This is not meant to hurt anybody. I'm super pro people freedom, whatever you want to do, that's fine. And I think everyone deserves proper rights, all of that. I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of that style of girl generally, right? And by the way, here I call them girls. I think they are girls, just like they've got to really nail it, because I love the feminine quality in people, right? Again, no offense meant at all there. I have 2 transgender friends, 2. One's a transgender man and one's a transgender woman. And they're both interesting to me, like super interesting to me. The one that is a transgender woman, like, was the most manly man I knew, like super manly. He actually comes in here every now and then. Cool guy. Married, kids, everything. And he just wasn't happy. She wasn't happy. And then she transitioned, right? So happy now. Like, so many of her life problems got cured. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Like, super happy for her. I actually don't know her new name. I only know her dead name. But I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be upset if I messed it up, because I don't mean to mess it up. But I guess the only thing I regret with my transgender man friend, who was, by the way, transgender man but was gay. Does that make sense? So born a woman, actually transgender man, but likes men. The first thing I said was like, aren't you just a girl then that likes men? I don't know how, and then that's when I learned that sexuality is different from gender identity. That was interesting. Did not know that. And I guess, like I was saying, my only regret is that pretty much when that person met, most of the time we just ended up talking about me asking questions about transgender, because I was curious, and I wonder how he felt about that. I wonder how he felt about that, because it's like, I'm more than just my gender, you know. I have dreams and ideas. I mean, it's weird. We did make like a show together once called Music in My Soul. I never put it up on YouTube or anything like that, but we did it where we were like reacting to K-pop videos that came out and stuff like that. And it was a lot of fun, you know. I wonder where they are. I say they because it's him and his sister, who I thought were dating when I first met them. It was very confusing. Where am I? Silly Fellow says, there's probably a nature versus nurture aspect to it. You could be born that way, and certain events can kind of shape you that way. I mean, the way I think about it is like this, about can you become gay after being, or before you develop properly, right? Like, before you develop one way or the other, could you switch from what's expected, right? Like, if you're born a boy, then it's expected that you're gonna like girls, right? I think you can. Much in the way, like, I was never going to teach Japanese. I said it for a long time, and then now I teach Japanese, right? Now I love it. So I think it's like, it can be like an acquired taste. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give you a weird example. Hang on, let me drink. I was going to a gym, and I got a trainer, coolest guy, super cool guy, who are also not friends anymore. He's so sensitive, he got angry and I didn't respond to him quick enough. And he broke it up on me. Weirdly. He's like 50 something. He was like, all right, man, it was nice knowing you, man. Anyway, I'm saddened because I like that guy and I could deal with him. Like, he was an asshole sometimes, but I was okay with it because he was like, he taught me so much as a human being. You know, he helped me fix my back. He taught me how to box. He taught me how to throw a shoot in basketball. And I was like, this was a man that was like the father role that I really didn't have with my own father. Like, I have a great history with my father, but I didn't have that type of a history where it was like, we're gonna be men. You know, I shot guns with this man. I smoked my first joint and only joint with this man. This man, I have a lot of memories with, and I'm so sad that he doesn't like, because I have a weird schedule, and I like, my communication on chat is asynchronous, and he wasn't happy that he said he was gonna go to Japan, and I didn't get back to him soon enough to give him recommendations about where to go. Anyway, when I was in the gym with my back, said you should get one of the sports massage gun massages at the gym and loosen up your back because of your pain. And I looked over and it was like men giving massages to men, and I'm like, nah, I'm good, because I had only ever gotten, literally till this day, every massage minus I think one has been from like Japanese, Korean, or Chinese women. That was it. So that's all I cared about. I didn't care if they were even attractive. I just like, that's what I wanted, right? But and one time in Europe, I think like some Eastern European woman, I can't remember the country. It was like the whole time she was, I don't mean to keep sidetracking, but the whole time she was massaging me, her voice was so sweet. I just thought, oh, because I wasn't looking at her. I was like on my back. I never saw her, you know? And she was giving me this great massage. I turned over. She was like this Russian general in the army. You know what I mean? She was like, welcome to, you know, like, whoa, girl, you sounded so sweet. Now I look at her like, wow, but she was super sweet and gave a great massage. And I really enjoyed my conversation with her. I just was not expecting this blonde hair, just like bulky features of a Caucasian. I wasn't ready for it. Anyway, so I'm looking at this massage, these guys. I'm like, I am not getting a massage. But that guy was like, dude, just do it. Just do it. Nothing gay about it. He didn't say it like that, but that's what he was saying to me. So I did it, and it was the best massage I ever had. This guy was so good because of the power. Men have power that women don't have. Women got to walk on your back. This guy's just like, right? And he had the massage gun, and he was just like, and it was so painful that first day. He said, it'll be better the next time. I was like, next time? I'm like, okay, I guess. Eventually, I was just like really looking forward to those massages because he was so good, right? I actually bought like 2 of those massage guns. They're the Hyper Ices, by the way. There's Hypervolt, Hyper Ice, so good, the best. They don't ever stop when you put a lot of pressure on them like those weak ones do. Anyway, yeah. So I went from never in my life would I ever get a guy to massage me to be like, yeah, I'm totally cool with it. Matter of fact, I look forward to that massage because it's damn good. If you can give a good massage, because I've had some weak ones where I'm like, never again will I come to this place because that was the stupidest massage ever, you know? Where they're doing their, like there was this place called Massage Envy. Oh, I take that back. I went to Massage Envy for like 2-3 years. It was a bunch of white people giving me massages. I apologize. And they all sucked. They all sucked, I swear to God. I was on this monthly plan. So the only reason I kept going was because if you didn't go that month, you would build up. So eventually I built up like 16 or 17 of them, and I started combining them into 2-hour massages, they were okay massages, but they would never do shiatsu, like the finger pressure. They'd always do this lazy ass elbow into your back, which was no fidelity to the massage, you know? And then half the massage was like Reiki or something, or like stone massage, which was kind of cool, but like, just keep massaging me. I'm fine, you know, at Massage Envy. Eventually I used up all of my bonus spots, and I was like, okay, I'm done, you know? Anyway, I suck at speaking sometimes. Like I'll run into, I'm like, it's a maze. Am I going to get to the end point that I was trying to say? I don't know. Okay. Divorce says, same thing I'm saying to my friends about that. I don't even know. Nature versus nurture. Is that what we were talking about? How come Dutch have perfect English, but they all speak English as if it's Dutch? That's how Indian people are too. Indian people like speak perfect English, but with a heavy English accent. It's just a different version of English. When you get older and your prostate starts playing up, you won't get those compliments on your peeing. My dad's just now getting prostate surgery. Yeah. Silly Fella says, I helped an older Taiwanese woman get something off the top shelf at Walmart around 7 or 8 years ago. She called me a gentleman and a scholar, and I've been riding that high ever since. It's crazy, bro. Listen, I did this thing in Korea one time. I've told this story before, like maybe twice, but I had this really negative friend named Chris in Korea. And me and Chris, who, by the way, Chris, if you lived in America, we'd be best buddies hanging out all the time. I love Chris. But we would go to these meetups together, and he spoke pretty good, decent Korean with a shitty English accent, but still he spoke relatively good Korean, but like the worst English accent you could ever have. And, but he was always negative with everything he said. He was like negative all the time. And at the end of these meetups, I would always grab everyone and say, hey, let's go, you guys, 같이 먹자. And we'd all go, and they'd all, because you're the older man, they would just follow you. That's Korean Confucianist society. They always follow the older guy. Of course, they expect you to pay, which I did once, and no one said thank you. And I was like, I'll never do that again. I hated that. Anyway, I brought them all out, and we're eating. And there's this one little cute girl. She's like 30 or something like that. Really cute. And I was totally talking to her, because that's why I'm in Korea, to talk to girls, completely to talk to girls. And I was like, oh, what do you do? She's like, oh, I'm an accountant. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Like, who do you work for? She's like, Deloitte and Touche, or Deloitte and Touche, or Lausch. I don't remember the name. It's like something, Deloitte and Lausch, I think. I don't know the name. It's something like that, which I know is a huge, like one of the hugest accounting companies in the world. I said, that's so cool. I mean, you must really love your job. That's how I am when I talk to people, right? Even if I'm not interested, I talk them up, right? Then, I don't know, we eat, food comes, you know, and then Chris starts talking to her, right? And I watched the exact same conversation that I had from Chris's methodology. And she goes, oh, I'm an accountant. He goes, oh, that must suck. You must hate your job. And I was like, my jaw dropped. I was like, oh, what? Dude, you never say that to somebody ever, bro. And I had bro because I'm a millennial now. I'm a Gen Z. No, I'm a Gen Alpha. Anyway, so I say bro a lot now. I apologize. Anyway. So when that meetup ended, I just walked with Chris on the way back to his station before he was gonna go, and I was like, dude, Chris, listen, promise me you'll never do that again. It's such a bad thing to do, and you drive people away. People don't want to be told that their life sucks. They need hope, and you got to give them hope. And I said, listen, let's try this, man. Next time we have a meetup, let's just try a human experiment where we compliment every person we see and ask them about themselves and say nice things only. And by the way, this human experiment stuff in Korea, I do more than I should. It's probably not like legal. Like I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm enjoying it. So we went to this meetup, man. And I'm getting back to how important compliments are to people. That's what we're trying to talk about here, okay? And everyone I talked to, this is what I learned from that experiment. It doesn't matter what random thing you say to somebody about their clothing or hair, they got a story about it and they're super happy with their decision once you tell them that. So for example, the ticket girl that was you'd come in and she would stamp your ticket because after 10 times you'd come in for free and she would stamp you. Then you'd get your coffee and you sit down and then she wouldn't talk to anybody the whole night. After I had done like 3 or 4 people at the table, like I would say like, oh, I love your, dude, that shirt's really cool. And the guy would go, oh yeah, I bought it when I was in Ireland. It's one of my favorite shirts. And I swear to God, I don't know how everybody at the table didn't see through exactly what I was doing because I thought it was super transparent and I figured someone would call me out. Because literally I would have barely any conversation before I looked at the next person and go, I love your earrings. Oh, my mom got them for me for my birthday. It's like everyone just has a story. It's crazy how much they're like no one is just like choosing a shirt haphazardly. They have a reason why they chose the shirt, or you know. So that ticket girl, literally after I'd done those 3 people, I was like, hey, and I forgot her name. It was like Una or something. Like Una-chan, Una-shi. She's like, oh, there. And I said, oh, 네 머리 진짜 예뻐. Like your hair is really pretty. And she's like, oh, I just got it cut and I was really worried about it. And she just like had a story about her hair. And I was like, Jesus, how does everybody need this? They need this. It's super important, man. And I don't get enough of it. I get it from random strangers that love Japanese Sub-Zero. And, oh, you changed my life. Japanese Sub-Zero is great. I heard it so much that it's like, ugh, whatever. I get it. I know people love it. I'm super proud of it. And I do love hearing it. Don't. But now I have a baseline of that. What I don't get is none of my family gives me any credit. Every now and then Mari will. Mari and Arisa, sometimes they will. And it's super special when they do. But I want more. I need more. Dad, you're awesome. It's just crazy, all the things you've built. It's like, you're just like, you show me the way. No, never. Now, I compliment them because I'm a complimenter. Like, I'm super proud of what Mari has accomplished. Super proud of what Arisa has accomplished. Both of them. I really am. Like, not even just dumb parent pride, like literally absolutely proud. Can cry when I think about it, you know? I forgot where I was going, by the way. Oh, just saying, how important are those compliments? They're super important. I don't think we get enough of it, you know? Everybody wants that, you know? And I think like I have been blessed to meet people that, you know, like me. Enough people. It's like a numbers game. I've met enough people through these live streams and through teaching Japanese over the last 30 years that I have built a substantial friendship. Every person that is my friend is because of language learning or because of they were learning from me or I was at a Korean meetup or something like that. It's all language. So. Silly fella says, those little compliments can mean a lot. They can. Absolutely. Must be very odd for the children. Dude, I actually don't. I'm sorry, I missed the topic. I'm sorry. I'm too late reading that comment. You know what they say? A man knows what a man wants. Oh, God. We're back to the gay thing. Oh, we're back to the massage thing. No, it's just he knew where the muscle areas were, right? Like you could hit that spot here or down here in the back area, you know. And my back, after all of that working out and learning how to breathe properly and those really hardcore massages, it fixed right up. And it's been 7 years or so since that time. And my back's been totally fine. It's the longest stretch ever. The previous longest stretch is until the first time I hurt my back. Like I was 23 or 24, 25, I don't remember. And then from that point, every 2 years minimum, like maybe 1 year, max every 2 years, my back would go out again, just in a horrible way, until 7 years ago. Was Chris an English guy? No, he was a stupid American, totally American. No. It would be funny if he was an English guy. I would have gotten it more. That would have been they do it in a smart way for some reason. English people, I feel like that's the vibe that I get, right? That's the image I have of English people. This was an American way of doing it. It wasn't good. Maybe most people, when they have a backstory, is to make conversation. No, I don't think so. You could generally see them light up, absolutely light up with their like reason why they chose that shirt. Silly Fella says, on getting credit, it's easy to miss all the things done right when people are fine-tuned to notice things done wrong. And that's why it's so important to pay attention to the good people do. Yeah, that's true. I do make a lot of dumb mistakes, and then that's all they ever talk about. My daughters are finely tuned to any one word I say that triggers them, and then that's all they can see. I get it, though. It's like my dad says things that just like anger me. I'm like, Dad, you can't say that shit. That's what they say to me. That's what angers them, you know? Today I was at my rental. I love that place. It's something really like, I'm just cleaning up after the last renters, right? They were there for like 10 months. It's a furnished place, and they're normally only supposed to be there for like 2 months, but they kept extending. And finally they ended up leaving because their job finally ended. So I'm in there, fixing things, and it's just like, you would think you wouldn't enjoy that, but man, do I enjoy that. Where my headphone went out for a second. Yeah, I really enjoy that. So it's like been a really happy day for me. Just in there improving like learning from what. Here's what I learned. This is a crazy thing that I learned. Not crazy, but just interesting to me. So I've had 2 people back to back. So I set up these in every room. There's these switches. Okay. So with these switches, I could turn lights on and off. For example, watch. I could turn the camera off if I hit this right here. Watch. And if I turn this, it'll come back on. Give it a second. I hit it. It'll come back on. 3, 2, 1-ish. Wait, let me make sure I hit it. Come on. There it is. Just take a second for the camera to recycle. But so I have everything in my room has this. Like even like my fog machine. Like this just turned on the disco light, right? And the fog machine. So I had these in every room, and I had like this really cool like a panel where it was like, this is for this light and this light, and I had like 5 of them, and I thought that's really cool because now you have more lights in the room, and because you don't have light switches on the wall, now you have a light switch. I spent 2 days like printing up panels and putting these switches up with like Velcro. It was like really cool. But for 2 renters in a row, almost every one of these switches were unplugged from the light, and the lug was plugged. So this is like a wireless switch that doesn't use the internet. It just uses like some local internal wireless. So it always works no matter what. No matter if you have internet or not, which is really cool. But they would unplug the outlet and plug it directly into the wall so that they could just use the switch on the light. So I learned that people don't want these, right? So I bought a new type that looks like more like a switch with an up and down, and I limited the lights. And then lights that you would like next to a bed, you want to reach over and turn that on and off. I didn't have it set that way. I had it set this way, and it must have been troubling for them because it was off here, and then they couldn't turn it on and off there. And I learned that people don't want complicated stuff like I do. Like my room, every room in that I interact with has this, and like when I walk into my room at night, I go tick 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 tick, and 4 lights go pop 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 pop. I never turn on the main light. It's like pop 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 pop, because that's what I want. And then I have another copy of this at my bed. So I go, but these are the greatest things, by the way. Just look them up. It's called wireless outlet, and make sure it's not internet connected. It's just like wireless outlet. Absolutely amazing. Pretty much always work. Anyway. That's just kind of fun, changing those out and learning what people want, Sorry, I kind of went off a rant on outlets. The music is very apt for these stories, is it? I was a young boy. What day is it today? It's the 11th. 3 days away from Valentine's Day. I'm just trying to think in my head what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Gonna go back to the rental house and keep cleaning it up. The maids, the cleaners, I think they're coming sometime next week. Me and John are gonna have movie night there on Friday. I'm not gonna be renting it until the 1st. But yeah, real estate's been really a good investment. My second best ever investment. First being this company, the time I put into building this company. But real estate, I think if I didn't have this company, I'd be way hardcore in the real estate. Sorry, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm waiting for anyone to say something that I can riff off of because I have nothing to riff off right now. What will you blah? Oh, that heart. It's funny how the heart's like right over the word do, I think. Valentine's Day, nothing planned right now, honestly. Like Valentine's Day sucks to go out on. If you're smart, you go out the day before or after Valentine's Day. After, preferably. It's just too many people. Too many like people with reservations that you can't get past. I eat with my wife out all the time, so it's not like it's a special thing for us to eat out. We eat out quite often. Even today, we ate out. What do we eat? El Pollo Loco. Okay, it wasn't that romantic. Sorry. But we ate at El Pollo Loco. Real estate has good returns. Ever had any nightmare renters? Not yet. So, God, this is the thing I hate. Okay, my first set of renters were not great. But they weren't that bad either. So far, every renter I've had properly takes their shoes off, and that's what I want. Take your damn shoes off. It'll keep the house that much cleaner. So I'm thinking about writing into the lease writing into the lease, literally like, we will charge you if we find out you didn't have your shoes off while you rented there. Like, that's just a requirement. Like for example, you can't smoke in a house. You can't have your shoes on in the house. It's a no shoe house. Sorry. Because the carpet, like literally, I rented my mother house, the house that I lived in for like 20 years. We renovated it and we rented it. That place got new carpet like 2 years ago. It still looks brand new because the next renters that came in were the cleanest people on earth. Like super clean. So sad they moved out. So sad. They were great renters. They were there for almost 2 years and it's super clean. And the first renters at my other, because I have only started doing the renting stuff like the last 2 years, because when I bought this house, I was basically, what happened was I was living in my first house for like 20 years. About 5 years ago, I bought another house to use as an office because I thought it's so stupid paying rent at a commercial location when I don't need a commercial location. So forever I thought if I bought a house, I could pay down a house instead of paying rent. I'm paying the money anyway. The difference would be the company would be buying this house because they'd be renting it from me. And literally, the company would, every time the company paid rent, my net worth would go up. It's a great way to go. If the company's going to pay for rent anyway, let me get that. So I bought that house, and then I became a real estate agent to help my dad. And I started getting, I had a client or two that I was showing around. I was showing Nick around, and he fell in love with the house on the corner down here. And I was like, holy shit, I love this house too. And I said, and at the end of the day, I was like, Nick, do you think you're going to buy that house? He said, well, it's not, no, we can't right now, but I would love to, but we can't. It's like, okay, cool. I put an offer in on that house. I was going to buy that house. And then after I did the inspection, it wasn't good, but you know, there was 2 houses down. There was the exact same house. So I bought it. I bought this house. Then I didn't need the other office. And of course I was going to move out of my main house and they became rentals. I wasn't planned that way, but now I'm like, me and my wife literally talked about it tonight. We should buy 3 more houses. Like we should save the money up once my daughter's not in college, because that's sucking up all of our money. And we'll just buy 3 more houses and we'll turn them into rentals. And if we get places without HOAs, we'll do more furnished rentals because I love those. Those bring in a lot more money than a normal rental. A little bit more risk, but still great. So I kind of lucked into real estate in a weird way. Also, I've said this before, but I also I had the money. Well, first of all, I have decent income from this company, right? The Japanese Zero company. But also I bought like crypto 10 years ago. So the second house I bought was crypto. Like the down payment for that was all my crypto earnings, right? And then this house I bought with stock market earnings from Corona. When Corona crashed all the stocks, I went crazy. I already said this before. This isn't the first time I've said it, but I went crazy and just bought, I don't know. I put I put so much money in. I put all the money I could, and I was buying on margin and then paying it down. I went into debt to buy stocks, and it paid off. And then I think it was about 2 years later, I sold it all. Literally all. I had a vibe. I was like, one day, you know what? Probably about time to sell. I sold like Tesla pretty much at the high. I sold, I had AMC stock. I sold $2 below their high. I think they reached $72. I sold at 70 and I had a bunch of it. I made a ton of money, enough to put a huge down payment on this house, like huge. Couldn't buy the whole thing. And then I was able to also roll in my real estate commission. So I not lucked into, those were some good decisions, but I took advantage of situations, and now I somehow have more properties than I thought I would end up having at this age. It wasn't planned that way, you know. I know it's timing was good. Who knew interest rates were going to jump this high? Who knew? You know. So I don't know, man. I think nowadays, I think a lot about like my daughters and how hard it's going to be for them. But then I have a friend now. He's looking for 2 properties to buy for rentals. He's, I think, 15 years younger than me. So he's in the next level down. He's a millennial. He's doing fine. He made very good decisions along the way as well. Luckily, maybe for some, I don't know. But he has multiple properties and he's buying 2 more. And he's like 40. I don't know if he's actually at 40 yet, to be fair. So it can be done. I just think it's generally harder now. You have to have way more money now. That's the thing that sucks, because I feel like, oh my God, I'm so lucky that I did things when I did. I hate being called boomer, but I've got that vibe, don't I? Okay, back to the shoes topic for a second. Silly Phila says, I've been cleaning out a trailer for a while and doing small repairs on it for about a week, and it's pretty calming to just work on it alone. Yeah, man, there's something about manual labor, especially when you're a creator like I am. Like I'm a writer, so whatever I do takes years to create. So you can have like, oh, I finished this chapter, or I finished this paragraph, or oh, this section of grammar is done. I answered some questions, on the website. That's it. It's done. There is no end, right? There's rare ends for books. But when I'm pulling apart books, when the book is on my iPad, that work's done. When the house is ready to go, after a renter is there, it's done, and it's just so nice. It's like there's endings to things, so I really like that. It's just Perception says, why do people wear shoes inside anyway? So dirty. Yeah, I don't get it. The crazy thing is, the people that just rented, I said, hey man, I would really appreciate it if you guys kept your shoes off. And I put like a mat outside that said, please take off your shoes and whatnot. And they did. And they said, yeah, this is so great. We're going to do it at my house too. I love it. Like it doesn't hit their head to take your shoes off, right? Another thing I introduced them to was bidets. All my properties have bidets because they're so awesome, except for the other rental. The furnished one in my house have bidets. How do you go poop and not wash your butt every time? I'm sorry. I haven't had itchy butt in like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years. Do you understand that? Do you ever get itchy butt? You didn't wipe properly. That's it. That's a bidet. Washlet is what the Japanese call it. Get a washlet. They're completely worth it. They're the best purchase you can make to improve your life. You poop, you don't wipe, you hit a button, you hit it twice so it swirls. First one is turn that stream on, then it swirls a little bit. It cleans you so good. Heated water, very nice, good stream. Then you take maybe this amount of toilet paper and go, there's nothing there, and you're done. And your butt is just like you took a shower. You know what I'm saying? TV says, I remember seeing American films from the 90s where someone would sit on a bed with their shoes. Yeah, they also sit on their couch with it too. Like they'll lay on their couch. How's that even comfortable? I remember one time I was at the Excalibur Hotel and I had checked in some Japanese people, and the light bulb on the dining table area of the room, like above the little table, was out. So I said, yeah, let me call maintenance. I called maintenance, waited for a few minutes. The maintenance guy came. And with his boots, he got up on the chair with his boots on and then stepped on the table with another shoe to balance himself. And me and the Japanese were like, what are you doing? You know? We didn't say anything, of course, but just like dirty. So dirty. Silly fella says, habit, usually I have a pair of flip-flops I use inside nowadays since it can get pretty muddy here. Yeah, see, I have like a pair of slippers, and for a while I was doing Crocs inside. Like, Crocs are great inside. The only problem is my Crocs, I had Crocs inside and out. Sometimes I'd forget. Like, oh, I'm wearing Crocs, and it feels the same, so I'd end up wearing my outside Crocs inside and my inside Crocs outside, so I moved to slippers. So now I have to physically have a different type of shoe. TB says, brave move on margin, but the rewards obviously paid off. It wasn't massive margin, TB, in I would do like maybe 10K max. Of course, that kept going up. I'd be okay, I should do $1,000 on margin. I would do it and I would do well, and then I'd pay that back with my salary, right? Then I'd do like 5, 10. I kept upping it, right? And then I would, some stock I would sell to pay off margin and rebuy different stocks. And I just kept climbing this ladder. I never did puts. I never did calls. I should have, but I didn't. And it was just pure buying and just figuring out what to do. When I think there was 2 splits of Tesla, and I bought before the split. I had GameStop at like $5. Like I did crazy. I had GameStop for a long time before the big explosion upwards. What's my favorite pulse? My favorite pulse to visit in Japan? I think you mean place, but you typoed. That's cool. I always like to make fun of people. Favorite place to visit in Japan is, if you're talking about temples, Miyajima Temple in Hiroshima. Love it. My favorite. I always want to go. I want to go with my wife. I've never been with my wife, so I want to go. I basically had a date there with my friend Satsuki. So fun. I love Satsuki though, but it'd be way better with my wife. Been there with Mike too. I think I went with my daughters too. Not exactly. I don't remember to be sure. What else? Miyajima, Namba area, Yodobashi camera in Akihabara is one of my absolute favorite places. The thing about margin 2 TB, I'm really good at paying debt down. Like, I suck at saving money, but I'm so good at paying debt down. Like, it's fun for me. It's addicting to pay that debt down. Ever since like 2012, when I was almost bankrupt level of debt and I started paying attention to it, once I got into the rhythm of paying down debt, I just really enjoyed it. It's such a good feeling. Like, oh, my total debt has dropped this much. It's just, oh, it's so nice. Like, I have, on my computer, I have a folder called finance related, and I even keep the loans on there that I've already paid off, and I still check them even a year later to make sure it's actually still zero. I don't trust that it's going to not all of a sudden one day be zero, right? And even those loans that you can get for like 15 months, like no interest, I pay those down too. By the time it gets to the 15-month, it's zeroed out. I'll not get paid. There'll be no, I don't save it up and then pay it off at the 15th month. I pay it off every month. I'll be paid early on that. Even though I have you can have like a car loan that's got a really good rate, like the best rate out of all of your loans. I'll pay that off quicker than anything else because I hate car loans. Credit cards, even though they cost more money, I don't know, you kind of accept it, right? You kind of accept that you have that. Like, I have my Apple Card right now has the most debt. Like, right now I'm not debt free because I spent like $40,000 on my backyard a while back, and I financed it with credit cards. And every other card I have has been going down that I used like a bunch of, like, I did like a 15-month no debt card, and then I did the Apple Card, right? So I've been paying that off, and I had my daughter had this like submarine loan pop up. I had paid off her college loans. She got her final year, she wanted to pay by herself, but then she never got a job, so it was too hard for her, right? She was still trying to build her own business and just couldn't pay it. So I said, look, I'm gonna pay it. As a promise I made to her, I said, I'm gonna pay it as long as I can. And I paid off this one huge loan, and I was like, yeah, I did it. And then a few maybe 6-7 months after that, there was this notice that my daughter sent to me. Hey, Dad, did you see this? And it was like, your loan is changing to Nelnet or something like that. I was like, wait, what? No, we paid this up $7,500. I don't think so. And I called up all this. I was like, excuse me, we paid this. Here's my loan. Here's my receipts. Like, sir, that's not the loan. This is a whole nother loan. I'm like, there's a whole nother loan? And I call my daughter and she's like, oh, yeah, I thought you paid that one. I swear to God, you paid that one. It's like, no, honey, I paid the bigger other one. I never even knew about this one. So even though I just made all this debt because I knew I could just pay it off within maybe 6-7 months if I casually paid it off. This one came up. And of course, my other daughter is still in a super expensive college. So like, I've been struggling to get this Apple Card down because all the other debts come first. So my Apple Card just hovers at this high rate. And every month I'm getting hit with these finance charges, but I put a huge amount into it every month, but also every 6 months, my car insurance for like my daughters and me all hit. And it's like $6,000 hits all of a sudden. So that's the last one I'll pay off. I'll probably have my wife's car paid off before I get to there. It's rough, man. I hate having debt, and I didn't have it for years, but I had it when I bought this house. I went over the amount of money that I had still in cash from the stock sale. I literally went over that in doing renovations. So that put me in debt. And that took me like 8, 9, 10 months, I think, to finally pay off, maybe even a year. And I got rid of, I had a bunch of remaining stock that I still had. I didn't sell exactly everything. Everything that was making money, I sold. The stuff that had lost money, I sold that and paid off debt. So I was sitting there with no debt for about a year until we did this backyard thing. And then just things kept hitting, you know? Like, yeah. Things hit, man. It's not easy. It's just not easy, man. But you just gotta, I don't know, you can't get down about it. You just gotta pay it off, you know? It's like, I lost both renters this month. Right now, both of my houses are empty, my rental houses, which is a significant cut in my revenue monthly, right? And on top of that, one house needs like $12,000 worth of work. Just like regular maintenance stuff. And the other one needs, I don't know if it needs anything. It needs maybe a few hundred, maybe it needs like less than 1,000 of actual work, right? Oh no, I bought new sofas. So that was like, I got a great deal, like $500. But even though you would think, oh, that sucks. No, I'm like, this is part of owning a property. And you know, it's just part of the process. I'm blessed to have those expenses, right? I don't feel bad about it at all because once I re-rent them again, I'll be doing great, you know? And even if I go for like 6 months without renting them, hey, it's just part of the process. It sucks. I'll have less money to work with and I'll struggle a little bit more, but it'll make me work harder, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm just talking randomly. I'm pretty sure when no one says anything, I'm just rambling about boring things. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying, guys? Actually, I've got another 2 novels that I'm looking at right now in my list of things. I wonder how this one holds up nowadays, though. How old is this one? It's called The Half-Bent Paradox. It's like a children's sci-fi, like a younger reader sci-fi. Let me see. This one I definitely didn't know what I was doing when I started reading. This is the first one I really went hardcore on. Let me see if I have it here. It's not there. Where did I have that? I just randomly saw it here. Let's see here. Oh, this book changed so many times. Here, I'm going to read a few paragraphs here. See if I like it. Shinji lived with his mother and grandfather in a spacious house on the outskirts of the city. Shinji's father had been gone since Shinji was 6, and his grandfather had filled the huge gap that his missing father had left. Grandpa always told the best stories, and Shinji, even at age 15, never felt like Grandpa was uncool or a pain to be around. They got along so well. He really loved his grandpa and treasured every Friday night for the last 9 years when Grandpa told him stories. In the winter, it was especially nice when Grandpa chucked wood into the fireplace and told him stories while they drank hot cocoa. The stories were more fantastic and rich than any stories Shinji had heard in school or read on his D screen and he read a lot. Shinji often told his grandfather that he should write a book of his stories, but Grandpa always found a way to politely decline, often just saying, one day maybe. I could tell like my writing is nowhere near as good. It's mostly telling instead of showing. Today was Friday, and Shinji was sitting on the old plaid sofa eating the last of the stew his mother had made yesterday. See, I'm literally telling everything. Second day stew was always better than first. On these nights, Shinji's mother would work late, and it was just him and Grandpa. No TV, no D-screen. D-screen was my dual screen. Before folding phones, I was calling it. This is like 5 years ago that I wrote this, I think, or more. Just good food and good stories. Shinji often told his friends in school Grandpa's stories, but words alone never relayed the richness of Grandpa's fantastic tales. Shinji would often spend most Saturday morning making rough sketches in one of his many notebooks, and then after lunch in the evenings, he would color in the details. Nearly 100 fantastic scenes adorned Shinji's bedroom wall, and a few choice pieces were framed and hanging around the house. At last count, Shinji had created 588 detailed scenes. The best ones were displayed, but most of them sat in a shelf inside thick drawing pads and 9 separate folders on his D-screen divided by year. What's taking Grandpa so long? Shinji pondered as the teapot whistled, letting him know the hot water was ready. He walked to the kitchen, grabbed 2 mugs with one hand and set them on the counter. He was a pro at making cocoa by now. See, I'm just saying everything. And I also should probably make this first person. With one hand, he picked up the teapot and simultaneously turned off the burner with the other. Continuing in one smooth motion, he poured hot water from the pot into both mugs and then stirred in cocoa powder. He always used an extra spoonful to add a bit more sweetness. Like, I should say that he did it, not I should show that he did it instead of like this. I can tell I'm not visualizing this like my last book that I read. He finished off the cocoa by adding the tiny marshmallows he and Grandpa both liked so much. They both loved their cocoa in the same way. Shinji placed the cocoa on a wooden table in front of the sofa, then let his body plop onto the soft cushions. After a few moments, Shinji finally heard Grandpa's steps coming down the stairs. What took you so long? Shinji asked Grandpa. See, in my other books, I've already learned dialogue is how you tell the story. And I have that's like the first dialogue this far down in the book. It's not good. I would rewrite this entire thing. Grandpa didn't say anything as he descended the stairs, but responded with a big smile. He was holding some sort of metallic object in his arms. Shinji had never seen anything shine in such a particular way. The shine seemed to radiate from all parts of the object in slightly different spectrums of the light depending on the angle. Grandpa sat down across from Shinji and set the object down on the wood slab table between them, making sure not to hit the mugs. Shinji could see now that it was a chest of some sort. What's that? Shinji asked. Grandpa picked up his mug and cautiously sipped some cocoa and a few marshmallows. I don't have a story today, but I found this old box while cleaning out the attic. I want you to have it. It was given to me when I was about your age. It's sturdy and can hold a lot of knickknacks, maybe even some of your sketchbooks. Grandpa always encouraged Shinji to develop his drawing skills. Shinji thought he was a pretty good artist for his age, but certainly didn't think he was as good as Grandpa though, maybe one day. This was the first time Grandpa had not had a story for Shinji in many years. Shinji looked long at the box and then back up to Grandpa and asked, not even a short story? I really want to finish cleaning the attic before dark. How about I tell you 2 stories next Friday, Grandpa said. I can help you clean the attic, Grandpa, Shinji suggested. Well, I'm almost done anyways. Why don't you bring that to your room, he said, pointing to the chest. Shinji had a disappointed look on his face. Please, just one small story, he pleaded. Grandpa took another sip of cocoa, thought for a moment, and said, I tell you what, how about I spend another hour cleaning before it gets too dark, and then I'll tell you about the time Racket accidentally solved the P versus NP conundrum. Shinji didn't know what that meant, but he agreed, then grabbed the box from the table and brought it to his room. It was much heavier than it looked, and as he walked, he could hear a clunking sound from inside. He wondered what it could be. He positioned the chest in the middle of his floor. It was a bit dusty, and he didn't want to get his bed dirty. He used an old t-shirt to dust the chest. He gently blew out the dust that had gathered into the deeply engraved numbers 5555 on the lid of the chest. The way it shined was worthy of pictures. He took his D screen, which was now fully charged, off of his dresser and snapped a few shots from various angles and sent a few of them to his best friend, i.e. crush, Yuna. She loved decorating and would probably have some good ideas of what he could do with the box. A few minutes later, while Shinji was polishing the chest, his D screen vibrated, but the message wasn't from Yuna as he expected. It was from an unknown number, 888-5555. The message said, D screen in your right, parentheses 5. Press 5555, parentheses 5. Locate the volume, parentheses 5. Press down and hold tight, parentheses 5. Shinji replied, what? To the message, and then, who is this? Quickly after. But after 5 minutes, no response came. He reread the message, then just assumed it was a wrong number. The D screen buzzed as he was looking at the message. It was a V call from Yuna. Shinji answered, and Yuna's face appeared on the left screen. Yuna had already taken a bath. Shinji was used to seeing her with her hairband, and she used to hold back when doing makeup removal in the evening. He preferred her without makeup, but Yuna never left the house in what she called no make. Damn, see, I can't believe there's like literally there's so much more I would do with this now. Cool box, where did you buy it? Yuna always asked in her always friendly voice. Even though Shinji had known Yuna for 3 years, and had been in the same art class for 2, he still felt his face getting warm when she talked to him. There's a little bit of description. He should have answered without video. Yuna always seemed oblivious to Shinji's feelings, and Shinji didn't want a chance ruining his friendship by letting Yuna know them. Shinji hadn't responded soon enough for Yuna. She could sometimes be impatient. Shinji, hello? Shinji cleared his throat. Oh, the chest? Yeah, it's really pretty. I might want one for myself, Yuna said. My grandfather gave it to me. He said he found it in the attic when cleaning, said Shinji. Flip your camera around and show it to me, Yuna replied. Shinji was happy to take his face off the screen. He flipped the camera and walked around to the chest. It seemed to sparkle more than glow on the D screen. As he was walking around the box, another message came from the 888-555 number, and Shinji habitually opened the message like it was any other message, but it was not like any other message. It opened up on the right screen. D screen in your right, parentheses 5. Press 5555, parentheses 5. Locate the volume, parentheses 5. Press down and hold tight, parentheses 5. Shinji let out an audible sigh. Yuna heard it and said, what's up? I just got the same dumb message 2 times in a row for some number I don't even know, Shinji told her. What's it say? Yuna asked. Shinji read the message to her and Yuna laughed. That is weird. Did you do it? Yuna continued. Do what? Call 555, then push down volume like it says. 5555 isn't even a number. There aren't enough digits. Are you scared? No, it's dumb. It's just dumb. It's probably just chainmail or a virus. Uh-huh, Yuna said. All right, but if my D screen gets a virus, you're gonna owe me. Stop being dramatic. Just do it. Shinji moved the D screen to his right hand, then pressed 5555 on the call screen, but nothing happened. He felt stupid. Nothing happened, Shinji said, followed by an annoying breath. Did you do everything? Yuna prodded. Oh yeah, Shinji mumbled, remembering the first set of instructions. Holding the D screen tight, he found and pressed the down volume. The moment he pressed down, the D screen flashed bright white, and Yuna's video cut out. Yuna? Yeah? Your video is gone. I still see you just fine. I told you it was just a virus. The D screen began to vibrate, and then the ambient sound from Yuna's room also dropped. Yuna? Shinji called out. There was no response. Shinji began to feel dizzy, as if he was spinning on a merry-go-round. He felt a rush of air popping in his ears. He closed his eyes tight, trying not to throw up, and sat down on the floor. It seemed to work. After a minute or so, he felt much better and opened his eyes. Even though his eyes were fully opened, he couldn't see anything. The air felt damp and smelt a bit musty. Shinji felt pressure in his head like when flying in an airplane. He held his nose and blew, causing his ears to pop. The room was so dark, Shinji began to doubt that his eyes were even open. He blinked a few times to make sure. Yep, they were open, and yep, it was really dark. Then he remembered Yuna. Yuna, he called out. His voice felt hollow, and there was a slight echo. No answer. Yuna, can you hear me? I dropped my D screen. That dumb message was definitely a virus. No response. From the corner of the room, Shinji heard a low vibration. He spun around towards the sound, only to realize it was his D-screen laying open flat on the floor. The light from the D-screen momentarily lit up the room, just enough to see the wood grain pattern of the floor and walls. The dual screens dimmed and then went completely dark again. I have a note here to add more reaction. I would rewrite this entire thing because it's good. It's a good story, but it sucks the way I wrote it. Shinji's. I'm just gonna read to the end of this chapter here, or almost there. Shinji stood slowly up, and his eyes began to finally adjust to the darkness. Shinji began to move towards his D screen and was just about to call out Yuna's name again when he felt a tugging on his pant leg. The tugging changed to a holy crap, something crawling up my leg feeling. Shinji screamed involuntarily, kind of high-pitched like a girl, he thought. Not Yuna, but another girl. He looked down just as someone called his name. Shinji, it's okay. I'm not going to bite you. I don't even have teeth. You might not have teeth, but you're crawling up my leg, whatever you are. The light from the D-screen was just enough for Shinji to see a snake-like creature crawling up his leg. It had reached the knee and spoke again. You aren't afraid, are you? The creature said. Of course I am. You're crawling up my leg. All of a sudden, the creature pushed off of Shinji's knee with great force and launched into the air. A thin golden thread shot from its body, which formed into a lasso. The lasso wrapped around Shinji's hand, and the creature's direction changed abruptly as the lasso tightened. Before Shinji had time to think or scream again like a girl, the blob was standing on Shinji's hand. There! Now I'm not crawling up your leg. You feel better now? The D-screen went dark, and Shinji was again blind. He could feel the creature on his hand, but couldn't see anything. He dumbly stared into the darkness, where he should be able to see his hand. Hello, the creature said. Earth to Shinji. What? Shinji couldn't get the words out. Take me to your leader, the creature demanded. Stop joking around. I'm seriously confused right now and I can't see anything, Shinji yelled. Just at that moment, the D-screen buzzed once more and the screens lit the room. Shinji was even more confused than when he couldn't see. The creature on his hand was, well, it really looked like a sock. It was multicolored and had yellow thread running concentrically around its body. Its eyes even looked like they could be buttons, but it clearly was alive and looking directly at Shinji with its button eyes. Words fell out of Shinji's mouth without much thought. Who are you? What are you? The creature turned its back to Shinji and looked off in the distance. After a dramatic pause, half whispered, I've often wondered this myself. What are we? Why are we here? Am I real? Does the universe? Shinji abruptly cut him off with a frustrated sigh. Ah! The creature turned back to look at Shinji's confused face. It couldn't hold back anymore. I need to change this too. You're not allowed to be in two people's heads at one time, and I'm messing up here. I learned that much later. It couldn't hold back anymore and began laughing so hard that it fell into Shinji's palm into a ball shape as it laughed. Are you done? Shinji asked. The creature stood up again, barely containing its laughter. Thanks for the laugh. I needed that. I'm quite done now. The creature said, in a pod. Thanks for the laugh. I needed that. I'm quite done now, the creature said in a posh English accent. Shall we begin our journey? He continued in his obviously fake English accent. Can you be more serious for a second? Shinji pleaded. Yes, sorry. It's been a while since I've interacted with a traveler, and I got carried away, the creature said in a non-English accent, and looked into Shinji's eyes and continued to speak. This must be weird for you since I assume it's your first time traveling. So let me explain. Before you explain anything, tell me who you are. From all angles, you appear to be a... Shinji paused and decided to just directly ask. Not to be rude, but you look like a sock. Are you a sock? Ah, yes. You aren't the first traveler to suggest this, said the creature. How is that possible? How are you alive? Everything's possible when there's millions of possibilities, the sock said matter-of-factly. See how much better it is with dialogue? It's so much better. Like this part, I almost wouldn't change. How did I get... Before Shinji could finish his sentence, the D-screen vibrated again from the corner of the room. Careful not to drop the sock creature, Shinji walked over and picked up the D-screen in his other hand. On the left screen were the golden numbers 8888 or 888-5555, and below that the words, "You have a new message." Shinji clicked the notification on the screen on the right. The screen on the right displayed the message. When you get lost, don't forget to check the traveler's journal. It saved me more times than I can count. Be careful. Love, Grandpa. Oh, that's where it ends. Wait, no. Yeah, these are just notes. Hang on. Okay, yeah, no, it continues. The chest! I'm in the chest my grandfather gave me, Shinji yelled. The blind have opened their eyes, the sock said, looking towards the sky. And you don't need to shout. I'm literally right on your hand, he pointed out. And can I assume you're my companion? Shinji asked the sock. Bing, 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 the sock said as he twirled around on Shinji's hand. Shu at your service. Shu? But you look like a sock. Shouldn't your name be Sock? Shouldn't your name be Kid who shouts all the time? Laughed Shu. No, seriously, Shu? In my world, we don't have names, but travelers seem to always insist on asking me for a name. A traveler or two said ago I looked like a sock, but it doesn't sound as cool as Shu, so I chose Shu to be my name. Plus it rhymes with Chu, which is my last name where I come from. Wait, you said you don't have names where you come from. Do you believe everything you hear? The D screen flashed again, this time with an urgent beeping sound. Shinji looked down to see the new message. This message was not from Shinji's grandfather this time, but from someone with the initials TBD. The message simply said, Cucumber is gone, parentheses 5. Travelers, please help, parentheses 5. I'm in the forest, parentheses 5. Surrounded by kelp, parentheses 5. Shinji wondered aloud, is this the forest from Grandpa's message? A traveler without their companion is a serious problem. We have to help. Please tell me you're willing to help, said Shu. The forest seemed like the best place to start. Oh, the forest seems like the best. I don't know who said that. Without warning, Shu again shot golden thread from the lower part of his body upward toward the lasso. Upward into a lasso. The lasso lit the space around it. And as it traveled upwards, Shinji saw the outline of a keyhole, which seemed to be about 10 meters above. The keyhole was the exact shape of the keyhole on Grandpa's chest. He didn't know how, but he was now certain he was somehow magically inside the chest. With great accuracy, the lasso of the thread shot directly into the keyhole and hooked onto the latch on the other side. Hold on now, said Shu. Another thread shot out and looped around Shinji's body. It seemed to have a mind of its own, because Shu wasn't even looking at it as it continued to wrap around Shinji's midsection for a second time and then flattened out. Without warning, the thread that went into the keyhole abruptly contracted and pulled Shu and Shinji towards it. Just before Shinji thought he would be slammed into the box, the thread maneuvered its way in a way that perfectly positioned Shinji into a standing position, with Shu somehow still standing on his hand. Shu made sure the keyhole was still lassoed, then lowered Shinji and himself down. Once they were both standing on the ground, the thread unwrapped and reabsorbed into Shu's body. Shu surveyed the surrounding area, looking left and right. Shinji was also looking around. See, these need to be dialogue. Everything seemed so wrong. The sky wasn't blue, but instead the color of a beautiful sunset. But the sun was still hanging high overhead. The trees weren't green, but instead a variety of shades of purple with hints of yellow every so often. And the ground wasn't hard. It was spongy and bouncy. Shinji bumped a few times, testing the bounce, and each time he seemed to sink a bit further into the soft ground upon landing. Wow, he said to himself. Shu looked over at Shinji and just shook his head, then resumed scanning the area. The air seemed to be the perfect temperature. It was much better than the recent weather. Okay, anyway. Dude, this says a lot more. Oh my God, how much more do I have? Dude, I have another 50 pages. This was pretty hashed out. Any plans for another stream sometime soon? I gotta go. Yeah, it's cool. I was just reading my book anyway. I don't expect everyone to stay here. It's a very self-indulgent. Namste says, oh, nice to catch you live, George. I've been watching your stream VODs as background noise during work and my own language studies. Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. I apologize. Time Machine is a great book. Reminds me a bit of the way things are going today. Eloy and the Murlocs. Hey, don't ruin it for me. I didn't remember those names until you said it. Uliana says, my dilemma now. Shall I sew to the live stream or midnight train to Georgia? Midnight train to Georgia. Bro, get some sleep. Is it 3:25 already? Yeah. I mean, I've been going to sleep at 4, so. At the Struggler. Was the Struggler Stop spamming symbols. I probably need to change that setting. I'm sorry, Struggler, if it knocked you out. I forgot I installed that. This piece reminds me of The Nose by N. Gall. Check it out. No, I don't want to check out anything that reminds you of this story because then I'll be affected. Although, I can rewrite this story way better now. I'm like we got 5 years of me writing after this, so. Silly fella says, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. I just really tired. No, I know that. But I'm always humble in these moments because it's weird that I indulge in reading my stories like this, like without people asking to do it. But really it's just me reading my own story for myself. Like, it's very exciting for me. There was another, while I'm saying that, there was another story that I wrote that I definitely am not gonna keep writing, I think. Where did it go? Maybe it's not here. I think it's in this folder here. I have some things were on Google, some things, here we go. Why is this called Dying Gift? A wish, a gift, and a curse. What is this? I wrote this 1.5 years ago. No, half a year ago. Dying Wish, a novel by George Trombley. Chapters 1 through, oh no, this is, okay. Dude, I forgot. What is this shit? How many pages? Okay, I'm gonna read it. It's a page. It's not even a page. It's like 4 paragraphs. 5. Here we go. This is the beginning of another novel. Shut up. You know that isn't true, Ren shouted towards his childhood friend Creel as he kicked up a 2-incher with his shoe. He was careful not to push too hard so the worn canvas on his hand-me-down shoes wouldn't rip any more than it already had. Creel clenched 2 flat stones in his hand. As he scanned for another, I needed a comma there, sorry. The calm lake water lapping inches from his feet. Oh my God, that was a weird sentence. I'm telling you, tongue and all. He stuck his tongue out in the air and rotated it to demonstrate. Ren positioned the rock in his thumb and index finger, trying hard to put the image of Creel's tongue. Oh my God, I gotta rewrite this. Ren positioned the rock in his thumb and index finger, trying hard to put the image of Creel's tongue in his cousin Brianna's mouth after a dare made by Max. He would have been there to stop it or witness it if Miss Critchney hadn't put him in detention. He launched his arm backward and released the rock with a subtle tightening of his pectoral muscle and subconscious twist of his wrist. After thousands of throws, muscles in his arm, hand, and shoulder had learned what would line the flat spinning rock up with the water. I need to refine these sentences. The rock glided through the air on an invisible parabolic path toward a spot just shy of 3 meters from the shore. It seemed to speed up after hitting the first jump point. Each subsequent brief interaction of the water slowed its forward momentum. Ren counted each contact until the rocks reached a skip interval that both he and Creel agreed didn't count towards any record since they couldn't accurately count the skips. Ren yelled out, 6, to Creel. Ren doubted Creel could best him since the first 2 tries were just 3 skips each. They were past the age of fighting over or lying about who had the most skips and just accepted the numbers as they were shouted out. Ren and Creel lived next to each other in the same model of rundown trailer that had been the only constants in their lives, in each other's unfortunate lives. Lying to each other wasn't something they did, so Ren knew Creel wasn't lying about the kiss. Creel stomped his foot and yelled out, 4! His left hand still holding the 4th and 5th rocks. That's the end. It's called Dying Wish. Okay, yeah, I remember. I think they find, I think this story idea was, because I don't think I'm gonna write it, but they find a man in the forest dying, and I think they kill him, or Creel kills him for whatever money he had or something like that. I forget. There's something tragic that happens in the turn point here, and then it's just like what happens, all of the stuff that happens after that. Like they come across a lot of money, and Ren's the good kid, Creel's the bad kid, and Creel, yeah. I must have had a dream and then woke up and wrote this. That's why I take these notes, because I literally wouldn't have remembered that. The Struggler says, man, you motivate me a lot for studying Japanese. Thank you a lot. I'm glad to hear that. What else do I have here? Ghost in Tom. What is that? And then the name of the document. This is from January 2020. It's called Tom and Jeff. This is another start. I don't remember this. Oh, I can't say this one. This is the basis for the Japan story time that I never finished. Oh, dude, yes, this is such a good idea. I gotta finish Japan story time. That's one of my favorite things I came up with. I just gotta actually put the effort into. I got demotivated. Spooky action. This is one that I'm not gonna finish. How long is this? This is only like maybe double the length of that other one. I'll read this. This one I think has a good idea, but this is going to be another sci-fi one. I'm going to primarily write sci-fi, I bet. It's called Spooky Action at a Distance. That's the current name of that novel. Chapter 1, Carbon Dust. Now this I'm writing much better than that older novel. I think it's done well, probably. These people are like cornered prey in a well-laid trap. Their only instinct is to attack. We sit in judgment of their ignorance. Yet, if you or I were infected with the same informational blindness, we too would react in a similar way. Janice held up a charred vector control thruster in her carbon dust covered gloves, the insides soaked with her own sweat. Her fresh out of training assistant Derek, rotating the 300mm lens, zooming in tight enough to catch the part that's of the still remaining serial number and snapped a picture. I just keep wondering why we don't just blast them with commercials and news explaining what's happening. I was just as oblivious to it all myself, but I survived my eyes being forced open, Derek said, flipping through the photos stored in memory, occasionally zooming in and checking his work. That's the thing, Derek. They aren't oblivious. Their brains are saturated with an overabundance of plausible information, and on the surface, at least, might as well be true. Just like a sponge can't refuse the water it's dunked into, a human brain absorbs the information it's soaked in. Every nook and cranny of these people's heads are awash in the stories they were fed. There isn't any more room for the actual truth. Derek followed behind Janice as they walked through the mounds of still moundering computer terminals. If that's the case, what makes us different from them? It's not just one thing, really, but it's primarily our ignorance. What? But we aren't ignorant. You with your camera or fashion obsession, and me with my airplane fetish. My mom always told me I needed to pay more attention to what's going on around us, but I can't fault her for following dogma. No one joins a cult thinking it's a cult, and if you spend most of your time listening to what other people say, your own voice never develops. It's mostly, I gotta figure out how to rewrite this a little bit, because I didn't know who wrote what, saying what at this point. I don't know what voice to put here. I'll make his voice deeper. It's mostly fashion. The camera's just a side effect of me photographing fashion. My mother hated it. She was always threatening to donate my clothes to the Salvation Army if I didn't open my eyes. Janice nodded her head. I'm going to head to the controller's office. Get as much as you can out here. Derek looked around the smoldering remains of the hangar. These people have nothing to live for, so they fill their meaningless husks of their lives with conspiracy. I feel like these words are way too deep. Smoke billowed out of the... I have nothing here. Oh, I didn't finish that line. Well, at least they were thorough. Well, at least they were thorough, Derek said as he lifted his camera for a tight shot of the charred thruster controller Janice was holding. Oh no, these are... Oh, I'm not gonna read anymore. I'm not happy with this one. This one I don't think I'm gonna continue. This is about an escape from the planet and people trying to stop it. And people... I swear to God, you know what this is? This is almost like, what was that movie, Look Up? Where people don't believe that the world's gonna end when there's a meteor like heading. It's called Don't Look Up. It might be that, even though it was written in 2022 October, so before that movie. So it's not exactly that at all, but it was just an idea that I had that I started. But there's 4 other projects I would do, maybe 6, 7 before I would get back to this. Like way more fun. That one's not fun for me because I don't know where it's gonna go. But other stories I already know where they're gonna go. And then I switched that one up too. I actually rewrote that already one time from that version. So fellas, your idea for this sounds that it'd make a good one. I hope you at least keep it up, save for later. You might be talking about the boy one, right? The two boys. They're all, I mean, they're all like typical story ideas. I think they'll do well if I write it well. Jack Green says, finally caught you live. I'm from Mexico and I want to live, work in Japan. I have an education degree and a certificate, plus 9 years teaching experience Japanese, teaching English. Is it realistic to think I could land a job there? Yeah. It absolutely is, but it depends on your age. If you're too old, it's harder. Japan has like limits on the type of visas they give out, I think. 30 or something like that was the max, I don't remember. I know people have been there older than that, but I think you have to, if you want to get on the Japanese program that the government offers, you have to be under a certain age. If you go with a private school, I don't think the age matters. Actually, I don't know all the rules and the laws, but you should look it up. You should literally plug that into Google. Plug that into Google and then type REDDIT after that, because Reddit will have the good information. Have I read the Chinese book Santai? I don't know how to read that in Chinese, sorry. I think the English title is Three Body Problem. Nope. I have some Chinese books that I'm gonna scan. I don't think I've scanned any Chinese. No, I've scanned Korean, Korean, Japanese, and English books so far. I have a few Chinese books but I've just not read them. Like I have like a whole children book series. Hang on, let me get them. Not sure where they went. Oh, they might be upstairs. I buy a bunch of books for research. This was a set I bought in Korea. I think it was Korea. Oops. I think I bought this in Korea. It's like a whole I have never even opened it. Oh, this actually might... The way that this is ripped makes me think this isn't the one I bought in Korea. That this is a different one. No, this is different. These are like children's stories. All right, I thought this was the Chinese ones. That's why I opened it up. One of my friends who moved back to Japan had a ton of books for their children. I took a bunch of them. I think this is what these are. I'll scan all these and then read them for fun. I just read them looking for like something that might make me think about a lesson to make. Sometimes I'll read something and go, oh yeah, dude, we've never taught that. Or that would be a really cool thing to make a video of. One of these days, I'll start making tons of videos at one time, I think. I always think that and then I never do, but we'll find. Oh my God, can I not get these back in? Do I need to get these back in? No, I'll do these tomorrow. These are easy to do. Let's see, what are there? Yeah, I think they're upstairs. I went to Chinatown and bought like a bunch of children books. I don't think I have any. Oh, I have these. I have Goosebumps in Chinese. I have Goosebumps in Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. But I don't think I can read any of these at all. Let's see what I can read. This is gonna be bad. It's probably possible, Jack, but you just gotta get on it, you know? Because you can always go, there's a bunch of ways to go to Japan. You might not be able to work, but you know, if you save up your money, you can go on like a student, you might be able to do a student visa still to go to a language school or something like that. And then when you're there, you can kind of work your way into something maybe. Oh my God, this is gonna be really difficult. Whew. Let's see how many 我的霸道是在 My 8 arrived 12 years old currently. I don't know what that means. And then already it says son something good. Yeah, man. I definitely need OCR in these. Well, of course, so this is Taiwanese too. This isn't even. That might be hurting me a little bit too. 中度 goda. No, 中度. Is that 中度? I don't know how to read that. 可是现在的小孩又 is that 变又变性怪的 you something you that's good, but I don't know how to read it in Chinese. 电 what is that kanji? Man something, yi something. Bro, there's just no way. Yeah, I gotta look at traditional probably. But this looks fun. It makes me want to do it right now. It makes me want to go back to Taiwan. 我的新歌的是 It's like My New House is Haunted, I think is the name of this book. I think that's what it says. Is there an English title somewhere? My New House is Haunted. Nope. Wow, there's like normally on the Japanese they'll have the English. 我的新家 I think it's 新家 maybe it's 新家 新家是 something yeah. Alexa, how do you say My New House is Haunted in Chinese? 我的新家 我的新家 会啦会 So this is a little bit different, but they call it 新房 新房子 So I guess 房子 can mean house. Oh, here's the English. Welcome to Dead House is what it says in English. Scan that one tomorrow as well. And I have this one called Monster's Blood. You read the first Harry Potter? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do with Goosebumps, but literally none of the books that I have, he wrote so many of them, none of them are the same. I have Chobits in Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. I have Time Machine in oh no, I don't have Chinese for Chobits. I have English. I have a bunch of books in like at least Korean and Japanese, but not, you know. Halibota or Halibota. My Danlao. That's how they say McDonald's. My Danlao. Yeah, you could do a lot between now and 40, Jack. I didn't start learning Korean until 40. Like right before 40. And my life is so better because of it. Like I absolutely love Korean. It's one of my favorite things in my life. All right, guys. It's that time, guys. Been a while. Okay, oops, wrong button.
Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39.
Doing day particle in the first usage of the mark location where the action takes place.
I feel you, Bo. I feel you, Bo. Yo, it's okay. How do I say this? I feel you, Bo. But you know what? Take the time to get to know yourself. Like, understand the things you like and don't like. Because once you understand yourself, you know how to take care of yourself when you find the person for you. I'm not gonna lie.
那考29，那考29。I'm staying in Bangkok. I'm staying in Bangkok. I'm staying in Bangkok.
Just don't give yourself away.
Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39.
Doing day particle in the first usage of the mark location where the action takes place.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, you beautiful angels of the Lord Jesus Christ. Dear Lord, I just pray over everyone who came on this live today who is anointed and divinely appointed to be here. And I pray blessings over their day and just a feeling of peace.
Learning a language is dirty. It'll never be clean. You'll always feel like you didn't do enough or you made too many mistakes. But in the end, you have to remember, language is a tool to communicate and not an art to master.
Trying to avoid mistakes is like trying to avoid putting spice on your food. You have to make mistakes. Be a mistake factory.
Exactly.
I already made this video once, but I was crying too much and I felt like it was reductive, so I'm doing it again. I am so disgusted and ashamed. Let me make this clear. I would never betray you guys like that. I would rather go broke than suck corporate dick. That shit. That shit. That shit. Let me make this clear. I would never betray you guys like that. We are all suffering under this capitalistic hellscape.
Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese
Buckle up. We're doing toe particle in the most simple uses using like and but listed noun.
Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39, Japanese ZZ39. Japanese ZZ, Japanese ZZ39. Japanese ZZ39.
Trying again won't hurt. Just don't give yourself away too fast. Yeah. No, because like sometimes girls flirt in a way of being like homies, but they definitely flirting. But sometimes girls actually mean it when they say homie or gay or like bro. Like, so you never know. So like take your chance. If you like them, bro, they definitely flirting. They definitely flirting. They definitely flirting. They definitely flirting. Do she miss me? Do she miss me? Do she miss me? Even not a bro.
I don't like it. 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 You are so stupid and boring. You have to go stuck at your home and don't turn on the phone. You can stay behind the phone and typing something like this thing. I don't like it. I'm staying in Bangkok. Get out. Get out. Just get out from this life. Bye.
Tagalog? What is Tagalog?
Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I would rather go broke than suck corporate dick. We are all suffering under this capitalistic hellscape. I would rather go broke than suck corporate dick. Let me make this clear. 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 I would never betray you guys like that. That shit. That shit.
Oops. I just ended the song. I was one over. I was supposed to go.
Japanese easy. Japanese easy. Japanese easy 39. Japanese easy 39. Japanese easy 39.
All right. Way too much fun. All right, guys. See you next time. Peace. Peace out. Where did my... There it is. Peace.